Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, May the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Gonna get a couple of yeses to make sure you can see my screen. Actually, I have to flip it over. Just give me a moment. Just got to flip the screen over to, there you go, PSTV. And you can hear me. Okay, thank you, William. All right, guys. So yeah, PSTV on the move here. PSTV on the move. Low float situation. I'll call it 9 million in the float. Romping right now through the 200-day moving average yesterday. Closed above it. And let's see. The next high looking left on the weekly chart, 339. After that, 384. So I mean, it has room if it wants to keep running. I mean, I know it's already up 24%. The news, some kind of a drug manufacturing agreement for rhenium nanoliposome. So whatever that is, and I know I could look it up. Okay, I know I could look it up, but I'm just saying, doesn't really matter. That is the news. And look at VXRT after yesterday's, I guess we'll have to call it surprise earnings release. It just thumped the stock. But it's rebounded. In fact, look at this. What's the high after hours? $11. And, you know, the day before it got up to $11. So, I mean, it's like nothing happened. So they've got some kind of phase 1 studies suggesting that their oral vaccine, I don't even know if we call it a vaccine, but their oral method regarding the virus, how's that? Is looking somewhat positive, but I mean, it's phase 1. But at any rate, there it is, VXRT coming right back. Ballard getting thumped, BLDP, and it's dragging all the other ones down, plug and fuel cell and all. Look at Ballard. Down 14%. I mean, this could just keep slip sliding away, guys. I mean, the support on the monthly chart maybe is around 1470. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get all the way down there, but I don't know what's going to hold this up. BLRX actually got halted pre-market. It did open a course. It has resumed. BLRX. I was actually looking maybe to short this one, but there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. But it is positive phase 3 results. So, I mean, look at the room it's got on the monthly chart, BLRX. ARVL, gapping up on some kind of an Uber agreement. Uber partnership with ARVL, or I should say ARVL establishing some kind of a partnership with Uber. So that's the news for this one. I think it's a Luxembourg stock, is that right? Luxembourg, yes. COCP is a virus play. COCP, virus play, not a super low float, but it's up 36%. SDC, this could be an interesting one all day. So what they've done in terms of the move down, so they have pre-released. They don't have earnings until the 10th, but they've guided, and the guidance is not good. I think the estimate was they were going to lose 9 cents a share, and now they're saying they're going to lose 25%, 25 cents a share as opposed to 9. So that's a huge miss. So SDC is getting thumped. I actually traded PRPO late in the day. You guys are talking about PRPO. Yeah, I actually traded PRPO. It's on the watch list, of course. Got it right around here, right towards the end of the day. I didn't hold on though, but that was an amazing move. is the one I actually took. And I just got it actually just before the market closed. I think it was right around 345. Yeah, about 345 or 350. Anyway, now we'll have to see what happens. Will it have a second day continuation? 17.9 million in the float. MOS is an earnings play. MOS is an earnings play. And it is fading. MOS is an earnings play. And HBP is an earnings play. And this is a small one, very low float, 19.5 in the float, million in the float. Big gap up. Let's see if it holds. I mean, I just have to wait to see if it can hold this gap. A lot of volume already, 1 million shares. And what sort of room does it have? So it's over 5. If you look left on the monthly chart, 575 is the next high. So, I mean, it's got some room on the monthly chart. You just have to wait to see what happens once the market opens. Good morning, GTX. What did I see? Well, they were active all day, Don. Okay, active all day. So when I see something that is active all day and then it closes near the highs towards the end of the day, that's going to get me interested. And of course, they both had room and they're both low float. So they're very active all day. I mean, look at the volume. I mean, look at the volume for PRCP. I'm sorry, not PRCP, PRPO. Look, I mean, look at the volume for it. I mean, look at the, I don't know how many times I have to say it, but look at the volume. 333 million shares yesterday with 17 in the float. So you have to be, I mean, that's why I was saying, pay attention to this one as it closes. Had it collapsed all the way down there, I wouldn't have been interested. But look how well it closed. Okay? So that's why I was saying, pay attention to this near the close and after hours. And the other one, the ISNS, was a lot of volume also. Not quite as much, but I mean, but it's only 4 million in the float. Yeah, RHE is, I know it's gapping down. I have no thoughts on it. I mean, you have to wait for it to open. Just have to wait for it to open. I didn't see any specific reason for this one moving higher yesterday. Under Armour, interesting. Okay, Under Armour was actually up this morning. This is on earnings. Let me see which one is more active. It's either UAA or UA. Just different classifications of stock. So that's 292,000 and this one is 100. So that UAA is more active. Okay, UAA, Under Armour. It's actually up this morning on earnings, but now it's starting to give it up. Well, again, when you ask me what about stocks, I mean, you just have to wait for it to open, okay, for these to open. I mean, I have no idea what they're going to do. COCP, I mean, it does have some news. It's a virus play, but, I have no idea what's going to happen once it opens. 51 million, so it's not a super low float, not super high, but it's not one of these low floaters. It has gap through the 200 and moving average. But again, you just have to wait for the market to open. I have no thoughts on the SPY. No. SPY is down a little bit. Somebody asked me my thoughts on the SPY. I mean, the SPY is down. Actually, not a little bit now. I don't try to predict what the market's going to do any given day. You have to wait for it to open. This could turn into my favorite day if we get more of a gap down and then a recovery. All right, it is 9:15, so I am going to just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And we have about an equal amount of both. And a little upgrade for U.S. Steel, I see. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get some of the downgrades in now. And for those of you wondering what are upgrades and downgrades, these are just kind of analysts' opinions of where they think a stock may be going. All right, guys, not too many of each. There are the upgrades, there are the downgrades this morning. And that is from briefing.com. Take a look at X. Let's see what X is actually doing this morning. We had a little disconnect in the market yesterday. We had the growth stocks down. Value stocks up, if you want to call the Dow value and the Nas growth. Gary, that was briefing.com. It's a free service, okay? Many websites out there will show you what the upgrades and downgrades are. I use that one because they send it to me about 10 after 9 every morning to my email, so it's easy for me to just get them. Zeus by Zeus. I don't mean by Zeus. Yeah, no volume yet, but yeah, had a good day yesterday. You're absolutely right. Nice break on that weekly. Actually, it was all yesterday on the daily. I'm getting ahead of myself. It's only Tuesday today, so this is that's the 1 day weekly, the same as the daily. Not very much volume for it. Yes. I guess it doesn't trade very much. Only 9 million in the float. Well, it's going to be all over the place, Jesse. You know, you've got all sorts of different styles of trading, so it's all over the place. And welcome. You know what? I saw another individual said he was new to trading. You know what I want to do right now before the market opens? For those of you who are brand new to trading, I'm going to just pop this in. If you can find my homepage, the homepage tab, click on that, and then click on the link. So this is an issue I'm having today. Okay. Shoot. Yeah, I got an issue on my site, on this site. I'm not going to be able to, yeah. Sorry guys, I'm not going to be able to have to get this resolved. This is internal, of course. Just give me a moment, please, guys. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to have an issue here. I won't be able to pass out my lovely links unless we get this resolved. So what I wanted to do was to give you a website or a link to our basic course, the 36 little videos that start you off, like literally what is a stock and all. But I'm not going to be able to do that until we get this resolved. Long time, Jesse. Long time. Okay, guys, this is not good for me if I can't hand out my links to show you some of the stuff that I want to show. So, all right, let me see if anything else is sneaking in here. HGen starting to slide a little bit here. HGen, there's a 200-day moving average right underneath. No, it's nothing to do with rebooting, Gary. This is internal. All the other traders at Trade Ideas are also having the issue. All right, guys, 924. So, as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, these two right there, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. Put a delay on the alerts happening. I want to see things settle down just a little bit. You want to follow along? From our toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then my watch list. Barry's watch list right there. Remember, everything in here is a layout. Okay, these are all themed layouts. Everything here is a layout. Why I say that and emphasize it is because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you click on anything here and you have a layout up and running, you will not lose it, but you'll have your layout replaced, which is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud first. All right, I'm going to minimize these as I get prepared for the open. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, GTX, if you don't see anything, you might have to do a refresh. There's a refresh icon. If you can find, I know if you can't see my screen, I'm trying to point it out, but there's a gear icon, probably in the top right-hand corner of the room. Okay, and right beside it, there is a refresh icon. Looks like almost a complete circle. All right, maybe click on that. Otherwise, I don't know, you might have to change browsers. The developer of the room recommends Chrome. So a few more gap downs, guys. I'm just looking here. You know, it's not quite full, but at least we're getting a little more action in the pre-market. You know, some gap downs, not that many gap ups, but at least we're getting a little more action in the pre-market. And crypto is just taking a bath here. Mara, Riot. My thoughts on MVIS? It's been kicked for the last few days. I mean, you know, if you know anything about this, you know it's part of that Wall Street Bets crew that basically moved it higher. Now reality is setting in. My day, yes. My day starts at 4 o'clock my time. So yes. Just looking to see if anything else has snuck in. No, just lots of lots of artificial supplements to keep me going. Again, I'm just looking to see if anything else is sneaking in here. This had a big day yesterday. FRD, again, wondering if it's going to have a continuation. There's no volume yet, but look at the day it had. FRD, big volume for it. FRD. Okay, one moment, please. So again, just have to wait to see if this can maintain. I mean, FRD, Magic 10, I don't know what they do. Okay, steel. The high over here is 1147. That's the last high. Next high looking left on the monthly chart. So, hey, I mean, if it takes out 10, it has a shot. Very low float, 6.6 million in the float. And we just have a halt. UFS. Now, Domtar is an earnings play. UFS is an earnings play also, but they're halted because of news. And the market's going to open in 20 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Jeff, actually, one of the scans I'm sharing is a spider sector list. Because I can't share my links right now, or I can't direct you to my homepage, I'll give you this. Okay, this is what I use anyway. Okay. All right, OCGN collapsing right now. OCGN, the big one from yesterday, of course. It's early. OCGN looking bleak right now, guys. Wow, down 15%. Almost looks like they're want to do another financing. Okay, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is on purpose. Trying to let things settle down just a little bit. We have a halt. TYHT just got halted. Wow, look at Shineco. TYHT just got halted. China stock. I'm sorry, it is not an all-time high. I guess, yeah, this is obviously did reverse splits galore. But anyway, 2-year high. How's that? 2-year high for TYHT just got halted. The volume is just starting. And I'm sure it's a low float. Yep, 3 million in the float. Ballard, guys. Ballard is just sinking here. BLDP. Look at this. Down 18% now. $250 million in the float. I mean, it takes a bunch to move this one, and it's moving because of poor reaction anyway to its earnings. I mean, we might think that 15 is going to be a support area. I mean, it's still about $1.50 away. Look at that monthly chart for BLDP. And it could be hard to get, though, even on a short. It's down 19% now. So that uptick rule, PRPO. After hours high was around 773. Take a look, 768. I'm going to stick an alert right up there. See if it takes out the high of the aftermarket yesterday. A lot of these, I'm looking here, a lot of these cheaper ones that have really popped in the pre-market, just not available for me to short. Just looking, there is a dire dearth of shorts available. For me, anyway, at Interactive Brokers. Daily, weekly, monthly, Paul. That's what I do. I always check the daily, weekly, and the monthly. If I don't see anything in the daily, then I look to the weekly, and then I go to the monthly. Always checking left to see where the next highs are. That's what I do. Cliff, CLF, straight up so far. CLF. And I'm definitely waiting for my gap continuation or reverse to start coming in. I have a delay on that also for 15 minutes. Meanwhile, PRPO, guys, it looks like it's going to take out that high, after hours high. Oh, I don't know. I mean, that's just Interactive Brokers. I can't speak for other brokers, of course, in terms of the shorts. And PRPO just got halted. Cleveland Cliffs is just rocketing here. I don't see any news on it. I see that it was upgraded by Credit Suisse, but other than that, I do not see any other news on it. I'm just looking. I can't see any other news after hours yesterday or this morning. And TYHT just resumed. Look at this. My goodness. It just resumed. TYHT just resumed. And it just got halted again. TYHT just got halted again. And wow, I'm looking here, the stacking up. I mean, if this holds, well, it was 1818. I see 1746, 1746 right now on the potential bid and ask, but it's really early. Remember, these are usually 5-minute halts. Okay, so proposes, this is actually was pre-market news. I didn't really see this, but TYHT proposes to acquire 51% equity interests in Maya Biological Holdings Limited. So there's your news for Shineco, TYHT. Well, that actually was pre-market. Maybe that was the reaction right there that I'm looking. Or I'm seeing the news actually hit at 9 o'clock, so there was really no reaction until 9:15. Well, GSX has been all over the place. GSX, of course, Goldman, I think last week, put this big aggressive $60 price target on it after a lot of the other short sellers had slammed it from about here down to there and then following. All right, what is the market doing? So the Dow's off a little. Tech is still getting hit a little bit. SPY's off. So the Dow's off a little bit. So there's a little disconnect, especially if the Dow recovers. All right, so this is stacking up right now at 765 on the potential bid and ask. It got halted at 9:37:11. If you're unfamiliar with these halts, there it is, 9:37:11. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. You notice the first time it got halted was 9:31 plus 40 seconds. It opened at 9:36 plus 40 seconds, which is 5 minutes. So you guys can do the math. That'll be 9:42 plus 11 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. And there it goes. Okay, there it went. There was it just came out of the halt. Well, I mean, guys, now the next high looking left on the weekly chart is way up here. Actually, not way up here. It's around $8, I think. Yeah, $8. So it's only 25% away, 25 cents away from that. I have to back this monthly chart out now to see where the next highs could be. 1080. Now, I'm saying it's going to get there, but so that answers the question so far. Will there be a continuation for PRPO after this huge gap yesterday? And so far, yes. And now we have another halt, Vino Gaucho group. Yeah, this had a big move after hours, actually. It was sitting around 5 most of the day. Well, actually, it fell. Actually, I'm wrong. So it was at 5 for a big portion of the day. And then it fell at the end of the day. But look at the after hours action. And now look at this. This is the Vino, and it just got halted, VINO. All right, guys, AVIR. I don't think there's any support. No, this is an all-time low now. AVIR. Wow, look at this PRPO. Yeah, just got halted again. Now, typically, the third halt is not necessarily the good one. We've seen this over the past few years that the first halt can be really good. You know, there'll be a pop. Second one, third one, usually it can be signifying maybe an end to the acceleration. It doesn't mean it's going to be over forever, but okay, see we have some early AI alerts, some of them not too bad, but it's early. So VXRT now is just sinking again. Yeah, so BLRX, I mean, I guess the most positive thing you can say about it is that it is phase 3. So it's not phase 1, it's not phase 2, it's phase 3 results. And you'll notice it is showing up here in my watch list. Let's see, RCM. 318, 2318. All right, William. So you've got a bit of a winner where your BLR. You went long, right? You went long, BLRX. Yeah, okay, good for you. Definitely interested in the RCM, guys. It is an AI alert, but it's also on the gap down and go. Okay, I'd like to see it take out 23. Takes out 23. You look right there. Lows are 23.31, 23.18. These two lows right there. If it can somehow take out 23, it may have a rundown. It's an earnings play. Boy, we've got a lot of halts already this morning. And TYHT resumed. Vino resumed. VINO. And the BLRX, yeah, the BLRX is halted. Well, Joe, you just need our halts resumes. You're not a subscriber yet, I guess, but this is it. You know, when it resumes, it says resumes, and it pops up. You know, this is the halts resumes. When you are a subscriber, if you become a subscriber, you can have this halts resumes. Oh well, then load it. Okay, then have halts resumes. One of the ones I'm sharing. My links aren't working yet, though. I don't think. But because they're not working, I'll just pop this in and you can have it. Just a minute, please, guys. All right. Well, if you got the AI, you know this is a so this is an all-time high. It's an earnings play. Arconic. I think this is a split off. Yeah, this is a split off from Alcoa AA. Oh, a long time ago. I don't mean today. Guys, Sabre, SABR, Sabre, earnings play on the way down, gap down, and go down more. SABR, guys, SABR. This could be an all-dayer. I mean, there's support around 1082, and that's about it on the monthly. Well, a stock gets halted because of volatility, okay? So, you know, the easy explanation, rising too much, going up too much in a short period of time. So the exchange halts it. It's just a program that kicks in, okay? That's why they get halted. See, volatility halt. Sometimes there's a news halt. Typically rare though. SABR guys, this could be an all-dayer. Could be an all-dayer. Oh yeah, stocks can get halted on the way down. They can halt it on the way up. It's called a volatility halt. Okay, so it's just literally a computer program kicks in and says, okay, you know what? Let's take a breather. It could turn into my favorite day. Yeah, we got a couple of opening 15-minute candles are down. Yeah, I got in and out of Sabre, if you're wondering, Steve. I got in, but I'm still interested in shorting this one later. SABR on a short. I'm interested in. I want to see it take out this low again, 1323. Or it could just be a bad day. Yep, it may not bounce. All right, big topping tail now for Sabre. So a little indecision right now on that 2-minute chart. Big topping tail, a bit of a bottoming tail. I'm still holding out that this could have a significant drop. There's not that much support. Give me a moment, please. Sorry about that. On mute. Yes, I'm. So guys, I'm back in the Sabre. Now wanting to see if I can take out 13. I'm in at 1330. So I scalped the first bit, and now I'm just waiting to see if I can take out 1330. I'm sorry, 13. That's the Sabre. Again, this is not a recommendation. I'm just, I sort of laid it out what I was thinking about as, because it has really no support for a while. But again, it's an earnings play. I just think if it can take out 13. So why? Because it showed up on my gap down and go. I didn't get it at 1350, where is it? 1355, but it may not crash through 13, it may not. If it doesn't, I'll be out of the trade, that's all. Well, here's another one, guys. The gap down and go down. Now, plug has a little bit of support, maybe, but it's being tugged down because of Ballard, BLDP. I lost sight of Smile Direct, SDC. There's another one that is just, getting beaten up. It's not an earnings play exactly, but they've guided, so they've said, hey, we're going to lose 25 cents a share instead of only 9 cents a share. So our official earnings are on the 10th, but they've guided. They did that after hours yesterday. Yeah, they had a cyber attack also. I don't think that's the main reason, but it may, it doesn't help. And that's the SDC. No, Mike, no, that's something that I created. Okay, I can give it to you. All right, I'll just have to. I have to do this now because I can't. My homepage links aren't working, or to get to the homepage is not working. So I'll just pop this in here. Okay. Ah, working now. Okay, working. Okay, so now I can share my homepage link. Okay, so Malay, I can give you that. Okay, guys. So any scans you want, including that one, the gap continuation or reverse. Find my homepage. The link is now working. Okay, there's the tab. The link is now working. It's taking a while. Okay, there we go. And then in the scan section right here, click here. Here's my layout that I'm sharing, but the individual scans, gap continuation or reverse. Okay, that's the one I've been following. Well, it depends on the float. Somebody has to do stocks under $5. Depends on the float, of course. You know, so the lower that number is, and if it's under $5, I mean, they can be very volatile. Come on, Saber, just really crack 13. Now, you know, it's extended right now, so you've got to pay close attention to it. I'm not short at 13, okay, Steve? I'm short at 13.30. I was just saying I wanted to crack 13. Again, I shorted it here at the beginning, scalped myself out. I didn't like the way it was trading. And I said, listen, guys, if it can take out this area again, you know, that was my plan. It doesn't have to be your plan. I'm not talking to you, Steve, specifically, but the other one really was BLDP that I thought might be an all-day short. Now, what I really would like to happen here is for it to rest a bit. Unless it wants to put in a giant red candle down to 11. But give it a bit of a breather and then continue down again. Look at American Airlines, guys, AAL. So let's take a look at jets. This is the ETF for the industry. You know, of course, Sabre is part of that. Look at jets. Okay, now just in case it has a bounce, I've just covered some at 1291. I'm talking about the Sabre. Yeah, look at OCG. I don't know if that's shortable for me. And the answer is, yeah, actually it is shortable. Oh, lots of shorts available. 1.4 million. For me at Interactive Brokers. Well, this is definitely going counter to the market, guys. ARNC. So this is a really nice nice alert from the AI. ARNC. Now, here's something to pay attention to. Look at Maxar, okay? Got stopped out, okay? But notice the re-entry price automatically set 33.52. So if you took this right off the bat and got stopped out, there was another opportunity to get short 33.52. And of course, it's now at 31.32. So, you know, I'm going to go over this in a little bit, you know, talking about the re-entry columns that you should have up and running. Another halt, CCX. Wow, we have a lot of halts today. Oh, this is on the way down too. CCXI halted on the way down. Wow. CCXI. We've had a lot of halts today. Probably an earnings play. Yeah, Maxar. Yeah, it's an earnings play. MAXR through the 200-day moving average. Again, the AI was just maybe a little bit early on the short. Got stopped out on that pull-up. But afterwards, look at this. Ah, Sabre, come on. Let's do some Sabre rattling. Get this thing to move down more. I didn't think so, but let's take a look. No, it's a pharma, Jamie. So I must have some bad news. Strong negative. I'm just trying to see if there's any specific reason for it. I don't see any specific reason today for CCXI. I don't see a specific reason for this move, but it is a bio, so something's up, and not the stock. No, he's asking you, William, is there news? Is there news on CCXI? All right, guys. Well, I don't know who took the saber with me, but turning into a nice trade now on a percentage basis. Ader is not shortable for me. I did see this one on the gap down and go, but it is not shortable for me. At least it wasn't. Ah, it is now. It is now. I swear it wasn't earlier. Let me see how many shares available. Yeah, see, there are only 2,000 shares at Interactive Brokers right now. So when I first, and I'm assuming you're looking at the gap continuation and down. I'm assuming that's why you're talking about it. Yeah, so yeah, when I first saw it, it was not shortable. So there has been a little bit of short covering now. I'm loving the gap continuation and reverses, guys. I really am. Nice tank. Yeah, it's a scan. So I'm sharing that scan. All I have to do is I'm going to get rid of these. These are when my homepage was not loading. So just click on my homepage tab, okay? Click on the homepage tab. Here is the link. Click on the link. When you do that, this is what you're going to see. And then here are all the scans I'm sharing. Click here, including the gap continuation or reverse. Okay? So this is a gap up and reverse, NTNX. I did notice that I think it was either Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan had an upgrade for NIX this morning. So that, I guess, helped pop it, but market's open, and this is a gap up and reverse so far. Steve, do you have charts at all? Like, I'm not sure why you're asking me how Sabre is doing. Do you not have charts? I've covered most of my Sabre now. The only way I'll hold is if it whoops. Sabre has to get down below 13 again. And take this out, this 1279. I've covered most of it. So what you see, I just don't know how to answer your question when you ask me how is Sabre doing. So I'm assuming if you're asking me that, you don't have charts. Yeah, we saw that one. We saw that one, CCXI. We saw it on the halt. Didn't see it here. Just saw it on the halt. That's okay, Steve. I just wasn't sure how to answer your question. That's all. Is it done for the day? I don't know. No idea if BLRX is done for the day. You know, if it holds 5, you know, I guess very well. I mean, it could have a pop again, I guess, but what did it get up to? It got up to way up here at 612. So that's a pretty big percentage pullback right now. Okay, no, these are just price alerts that I set, okay? So I can go to a chart and I can right click, and this is part of the standard service. And I can just click create price alert, okay? So you see there's a blue line, and it's just a matter of where you put your cursor, all right? So there will be a blue line. If Sabre gets back up to $14, that blue line will turn green, that's all. Okay, so it's just really simple. You just right click on a chart and create price alert. And you can either type the alert price in, or if you've placed your cursor where you want the price alert to be, you just say okay a couple of times. The price alerts is available from here. No new price alerts window. Oh, the shadow box, yeah, that's automatic. Okay, it's just a guide. Okay, so every time you click on an alert, it's kind of telling, okay, if you got into this trade, hard to see it here because it's probably below. Let me just click on this one. Yeah, because it's these are so volatile. I need better examples. Yeah, okay, so what it's saying on YEXT, these are automatically calculated, just a guide, okay? So it's saying if you got into this trade right here at 1331, your stop is here, 1301, okay? That's what it's saying. And so whatever that is, 1301, that's 30 cents away, all right? The top here is just a profit target. It's just double the stop, so that would be 60 cents away. So if your stop is 30 cents away, then the profit target is 60 cents away. It's just a guide. I mean, I wouldn't, honestly, I wouldn't pay attention to the profit target at all. If you're going to pay attention to anything, maybe pay attention to the stop. All right, but I wouldn't pay attention to the profit target at all. The reason being is that, you know, if this starts to work and it gets up to the target and starts moving through it, are you going to get out? So this is an example of a gap down and reverse up. Well, I don't know if I'm not waiting for it to do really anything. VXRT, I mean, there's the after hours high is way up here. I mean, it's all over the place. You know, I have no read on this one whatsoever, the XRT. It had some news after hours. Of course, I had news during the day yesterday when they kind of had a surprise earnings release. But I'm, you know, I mean, if I would never take this unless it even took out this 960. I mean, look at all the pre-market right there. That looks like that's pretty good resistance. But this is not a recommendation to do that. But right now, I mean, it's in turmoil. I mean, how do you trade this one? Big pop after hours, market opens, still kind of hanging in. Pre-market, kind of hanging in. Market opens, a big down move. I'm more interested, for me personally, of course, the Sabre. See if it takes it out one more time. That 1290. Yeah, COCP is pushing. Another low float. Actually, it's not super low. 51 million, so it's not a super low float. Double tops, Jamie, let me just see. I don't ever use them, but I think there's probably something like that. Cup and handle, no. But let me just see. I think there are, yeah, we have double top, double bottoms, okay? Cup and handle, no. Not that I'm aware of anyway. Well, guys, it is now 10:24, and my links are working, so that means I can start my my spiel. Look at COCP. So, where can it go? Low float, what does low float mean? It's the available number of shares to trade, okay? So look at here, if you can see my single stock window, it says 51 million as an example for COCP. So my definition of a low float is anything under 20 million. So the float is basically the supply of stock. So when you get, just give me one here, PRPO as an example. When you get a low supply, which is, you know, for PRPO, 17 million, 18 million in the float, that is the supply of stock. And for whatever reason, there is high demand. Look at that, 114 million have already traded, only 18 million in the float. If you divide 18 into 115, that'll give you the float turnover. Okay, so high demand with a low supply is what causes stocks to have these crazy moves. And say again, for me, a low float is something under 20 million shares. Other people may have a different idea, and that's fine. Depends what you trade. If you trade Facebook all the time, you know, with 2.3 billion in the float, I mean, it takes a lot to move a Facebook. You know, imagine a big ocean liner trying to turn. That's your Facebooks with 2.3 million in the float. Whereas your low floats are little motorboats that can just turn on a dime. Okay? So, time for the spiel, guys. So, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Mondays to Fridays. I'm open between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Mondays to Fridays. And first link I want to put in now that the links are working is the test drive link. So when you say low float is an arbitrary number, I mean, if what you mean by that is that my idea of a low float is 20 million, whereas somebody else's might be 40 million, 50 million, yes, if that's what you mean. But I think most people would consider 20 million and under would be a low float. All right, the test drive, guys. So this is what the test drive is all about. If you click on the test drive link, so for the grand sum of $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. It starts May the 10th, which is on Monday, and it goes to May the 21st. That is 10 trading days. And the reason I say up to 10 trading days, if you can't start on the 10th and go to the 21st, you will not get 10 trading days. You'll get a fraction thereof, okay? So if you start on the 11th and go to the 21st, you'll get 9 days. So it is not 10 days from whenever you start. Make that crystal clear. And again, you'll have access to the full premium service. So when you sign up, if you're signing up today, basically what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So you won't have access to data, live data. Look at Sabre, guys. You won't have access to live data until the 10th. However, on Friday, give it a couple of hours. Once the market closes, you'll be able to download the program and play with it over the weekend, for the balance of Friday and over the weekend. If you're going to be part of the test drive, I would really recommend that you also do this. You take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, take a look at the 20 lessons. Because the 20 lessons, when I click on the link, it's going to show you some of the basic features of trade ideas. You know, downloading it, what the channel bar is, what is a top list, creating one, an alert window, creating one, has an explanation about the AI, which we nickname Holly, okay? So do yourself a favor, if you're going to be part of the test drive, take a look. It won't take you 20 days. Just take a look at those lessons, okay? So you'll be better prepared for when the test drive starts on Monday. If you're already a customer, so Michael, the question was, if you're already a customer, you can also take part in the test drive, and it'll still cost you the $8.99. Oops, where are you? And we'll upgrade you to premium for those 10 days, okay? So from standard to premium for the 10 days. Other important aspect, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We do not automatically put you into a subscription. Okay? There will be a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription later on. But there's no pressure. We don't put you into a subscription, so don't have to worry. So that's the test drive, guys. So again, if you do it right now, you're pre-registering. More information. So on my homepage, find the homepage tab and you click on it, and this is what you'll see. So you can't wait. You want to take out a subscription right now? Great. Here is a promo code, Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. We have 4 plans. So we have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So the premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. And the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which is giving you these trades so far today. Okay, I'm going to go over the AI in a little bit. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to take an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. $118 for standard, $228 for premium. You can apply the discount to the first month only. So that 15% discount can be applied to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly, then your next month and going forward will be $118 and $228. Okay? More information, my homepage. You can get the trade of the week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. I usually do it around noon. You can sign up for them right there. And here is the big, I think these are the 2 popular sections because I've got a lot of information here. And that's why I always recommend you can save my link because there's a lot of information in these 2 sections, including my layout. Click here for my layout. This is what you see. This is what I'm sharing. Plus all individual scans that I have created. So you may have a layout that you're perfectly comfortable with, but you might want to take a look at these individual scans. This is what I use in the pre-market, the gap up, gap down share, pre-market actives up and down. These 4 scans are what I use in the pre-market. And this is what, gives me an idea about what I might want to trade once the market opens. Sabre was a good example of that. Education. You click here, and I think 20 lessons in 20 days. I've already gone over this. You click on that, and this is what you're going to see. Again, top lists, building them, alert windows, creating them. All the basic features explained. Daily support session. So what that means is you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room also, which I moderate at the same time as this room. They hear me. Where are we? So they hear me. They can see my screen. It's virtually the same. And at noon, though, I take a break. And so one of the other traders takes over. Today is Tuesday. Takes over between 12 and 1. It's, I'm running a Q&A all day also, but I guess it's more geared to Q&A. And today it'll be Steve Gomez in between 12 and 1. Before I leave for my break, I'll put I will put the link in. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. More educational videos, okay, right here. And I love this one. There were some people who showed up early, new to trading. This is a great little video series, 36 part. Literally starting off with what is a stock? What is a stock? Okay? Trading books that we created. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. Save the link so you can take a look at all this when you want to. Okay, just want to catch up on some of the questions before I go on. All right, so let me just go over what Trade Ideas is. So we scan the U.S. market. We do scan the Canadian market, but there are some caveats there. But most of us are, even though I'm a Canadian, we trade the U.S. stock market. Okay. And yes, I live up in Canada. So we trade the U.S. market. We scan the U.S. market. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use trade ideas, okay? This is an example of a scan I put together. Read, I saw it was halted earlier. Look at this. Wow, we're having lots of activity today, guys. Lots and lots of activity. Not a low float either, 75 million. Not a low float. I will term this a delicious little short, guys. As I look at it on the 15-minute chart. The only thing that knocked me out a little bit was that topping tail there, but and otherwise, I mean, I still have a piece left. Anyway, this is an example of a scan I put together. I call it basic new highs and lows. This is what it kind of looks like. So these are the filters I'm using, you know. So I'm only looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum 400,000 shares, etc. Okay, I don't have to go over all these filters. I'm just trying to show you what the concept is. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks. Look at all the new lows. Okay, usually these windows are not as full. But that's the other. Now, one of the things we did is instead of forcing you to learn a programming language, what we did was we created what we think are enough alerts. These are all the alerts that we have. And these are the filters that we have. We feel that we have created enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, you can combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for. Well, there's no way. I mean, I don't know how to answer that question. I mean, the highs and lows. I mean, obviously, Saber's making a new high right here. A new low. How you trade them? I mean, this. You know, if you're new to trading, you need some experience. Okay, I can't say. So this is not a matter of when I see a stock making a new low for the first time. Does that mean I pile into it on a short, or a new high for the first time of the day? Do I pile into it? No. But now I'm alerted to it. And I want to watch to see how it's trading. So, you know, the Saber was of interest to me because of, you know, I knew it was an earnings play. So I knew it was going to be active all day long. And, you know, I look at the sector it's in, jets. This is the sector it's in. You know, so there's a lot to going into trading a GTX. So there's no right or wrong way. I just happen to be a person who likes to see stocks making new highs or lows for the day. And then when they do, then I'm always looking left on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart because I'm thinking, okay, great. You've just made a new low for the day. How much further can you go down? All right. So when I look left on a daily chart, you know, I'm not saying it's going to get down here, but you know, 1129. When you look at the daily, it has a shot to get all the way down here. Look at the weekly; it's the same thing. There's that candle right there. The monthly, it's the same thing. Look at the candle right there. And this is just going to, you know, this is experience. Now, did I know it was going to keep going down? Of course not. But you know, I try to put the odds in my favor. And because I'm a momentum trader, only seeing stocks typically near the high or the low of the day, I just want to, that's why I'm looking at the higher time frames. How much further could it keep going in the direction I want it to go before it hits some chart resistance or support? Okay, so how you use them. So are you a premium subscriber already? GTX? Okay, well, again, you know, buy when it's high or buy when it's low. I mean, look at what I did with Sabre. It was already low, but you know, my assumption with all the room it had, and because you know, it was an earnings play. So I knew it would be active all day long. It wasn't going to stall at any point. You know, the volume would be there. I mean, so, you know, I made a judgment that it would keep going down, even though it was at a low of the day. You need some experience trading GTX, I guess. You know, and again, when I say that, I'm not trying to be mean, okay? When you're new to trading, and that's why I was saying, yeah, I think if you're brand new to trading, you probably, you'd be well worth it, well worth your while to take a look, you know, when you click on my homepage and you click on my link and you scroll down to that, whoops, you scroll down to the scan section, I'm sorry, the education section, and go down all the way here. I mean, it'll take some time, but you know, if you want to be serious about this, you know, literally, this is a great little video series. You know, support and resistance. What is a stock? Intro to charts, candlesticks, trends, fundamentals. Okay, I mean, if you want to take this seriously, you have to spend the time. Trading is not easy. Yeah, Steve. There is another. There, what I call the main room. Okay. I'll pop that link in. You can always come over to what I call the main room. There's just more action in there. I can hand out links a lot easier. I mean, you want to stay in the YouTube room, that's fine. You know, I saw that that you had, you know, you had those. I mean, I don't know. Well, when I get right into my spiel, I'm going to talk about stops and money management a little bit, okay? Which may or may not help you. So let me talk a little bit about the other thing I do want to talk about. If you're brand new, you know, you'll notice I'm sharing a lot of scans, okay? So you don't even have to know how to build scans at the beginning. We also have a channel bar. If you click on new and then channel bar, and these are all the channels we have. These are all themed based channels. Here's a momentum channel. The Trader's Vault is interesting because, you know, I'm not the only trader at Trade Ideas. So a lot of the other traders, they put on webinars and they'll put their scans in here. Okay, so there are a lot of scans in there. You can take a look at them. Just a reminder though, everything in here is a layout. So before you click, if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay, but in here, lots of layouts, lots of scans. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the AI. This is what the AI looks like. If you have our premium service, this is what I do. I see a lot of people wondering, well, how do I load this? Or should I be using it from the channel? Because if you click on new channel bar and then new and then channel bar, yeah, if you want to see all the AI alerts, you can click on Omni AI. Nothing wrong with that. Problem is you're limiting yourself to this channel because, you know, and you may, if that's all you want to follow all day long, fine. But, you know, for me, I want to follow the AI, but I also want to follow my own scans. So this is what I would do. If you click on new from the toolbar and then click on AI/Holly strategy trades window, this is what you'll see. Okay, this is the window. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. You notice that there were some alerts right at 9:35. This is what you'll see. So if you save this window as part of your layout, then you don't have to do this every day. And you know, depending on how, like if you start doing some pre-market work, this window will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have you don't have to follow it right to the penny. You'll have an entry price. You'll have a stop. Okay, and then manage all I can say is you have to manage the alerts as you see fit. You know, I talk about this one, the Maxar, as an example. You notice that it got stopped out. Take a look at Maxar. This is a short. So you see what happened. There's the blue arrow, down arrow. So it was a short, but it popped right back up. There was the stop. okay, at 33.99. So it got stopped out almost immediately. I mean, look at this, 9:35. So I don't really like the early alerts, but you know, that's just me. Got stopped out almost immediately, probably within a minute. But then, notice here, if you have the AI, I would have the reentry price and time columns up and running. You know, all you have to do is add them. You just right click on a header, go to columns, and it's in alphabetical order. So just add these, because if a stock hits the stop at any time, doesn't necessarily have to be stopped out as an exit reason, but you know, if a stock hits the stop price at any reason and then comes back to this reentry price, you have a second opportunity. Look how quick that was to get into the trade. So remember, this is a short. All this is the halfway between the entry price, 33.05, and the stop, 33.99, which happens to be 33.52. So you had an opportunity to take this trade again, and look what happened afterwards. Now, does it always happen this way? Of course not. But you know, the premise is that maybe the AI was just a little bit early getting into this trade, gave you an opportunity to do it again. You know, here was another one, 24.19. You know, it got down to 23.16. So all I'm saying is that, in my opinion, you should have that entry. A lot of people, in fact, you can almost, if that's all you wanted to do was do the re-entries, never mind the initial alerts, you know, there's an argument to be made for just doing that. You may not get very many alerts in the course of a day, but that may be all you want. But I can't tell you how to trade the AI. The only thing I can say is that for those of you who want to fully automate it, don't. You can practice that if you want. You know, I'm going to get into the simulator. You want to see how that would work? Well, okay, you can click on our simulator, and then you can turn all these strategies on and let them run and just see how it would work. But our recommendation is not to do that. You know, if you wanted to take them, you know, sort of auto trade the entries, maybe, but manage the exits on your own. You know, unfortunately, and I use this term, it is not the magic money machine. Now, I do want to talk about the AI or Brokerage Plus, this window you see here. So this window that we call Brokerage Plus, it's an option, guys. It's a feature, it's an option. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. Just want to make sure I emphasize that. People seem to think that, well, if I don't use this, I can't use trade ideas. Okay, not at all. It's a feature we have. You can use it if you want to. Only available if you're using our downloadable application, not available if you're using our web-based version. You notice one of the options is Brokerage Plus, and underneath it says Live and Simulation Paper Trading, okay? If you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade if you want to, not mandatory. Okay, I'm going to pop this video in. Actually, it's two videos. The first video shows you how you can connect if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account. And the second video goes into a lot more detail about how to create, you know, how you can load your strategies and things like that. The only thing is, if you do have an E-Trade account and you do want to use this, you have to be using our latest beta. So if you click on my homepage link, and there again, there's the link, or homepage tab, there's the link. You'll be brought to my homepage. Scroll to the top and see where it says download software. Download software, click and scroll down to where you see the beta. Okay, the Pro Beta. Don't worry, if you've, you know, people, we got a question like this quite a few times. What happens if I load the new version of Trade Ideas? Do I lose all my layouts? No. Okay, so download the latest beta if that's what you want. If you want to, I always use the beta anyway, regardless. But use the beta if you have an E-Trade account and you do want to use this window to trade. Again, not mandatory. All right, I will. Okay. Well, you're a patent, so you're obviously in the States, and you have less than $25,000, right, in your account. So I mean, I'm in Canada. We don't have that dumb rule in Canada, but that just means, I think it means you can only have 3 trades a week, something like that. Hard to be an intraday trader. Is it 3? Okay. Yeah, you do need a login to go to the other room, yes. Not hard, but you do need a login to go to the other room. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Meanwhile, guys, COCP, this is kind of the little star of the day. And it's actually not really that low a float, 51 million in the float. Okay, so why would you want to be able to use this window to trade your IB account or E-Trade if you have either of those two? Okay, you can do things like, well, first of all, the most manual way. Notice when I click on an alert, HBP, it shows up here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. If I want to buy it, go long, I click on buy. If I want to short it, I click on sell. Okay, that's the most manual way. But you can do other things. Again, you have to watch that video. Again, this is only optional. You don't have to do this. But now you can set up things like your own buying and shorting options. Watch the video. You can set up your own. This is what we call one-click trading. Again, I think these are advanced features. You're new to trading, I wouldn't even do this. But, if you want to try this, you can certainly do it. And again, watch the video. Now, here's the other huge reason for using this Brokerage Plus in simulation mode. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice trading, okay? We've got a great simulator. It uses our real-time data. Our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, okay? It uses our real-time data. Everything I'm going to explain or talk about is part of the standard service. So the same thing as I just demonstrated before, if you were connected to an account, you click on HBP, it shows up, you can pick how many shares you want to trade, you click buy to go long, you click sell to go short. So how I like to always start off is saying, okay, let's take something on a pullback. I mean, look how good this MAXR is, guys. On that re-entry, 33.52, up 9.5% now. Okay, so if you had, even if you got stopped out, and you would have got stopped out in the first, it looks like 30 seconds, and then you could have got back in about a minute later. All right, let's look at this one, TTI, okay? And let's just say you wanted to take this trade, but of course on a pullback. You'd never want to chase it right now. Now, I'm going to show you what I'm going to do here. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to take it at the market. I'm going to buy 500 shares at the market. And first I've got to get my simulator. There we go. 500 shares at the market. So you see it took it at 280. Now, not a bad stop actually. I'm going to put a stop in at 260. I'm going to explain why I'm doing this. This is to make the math easy. Okay, so you see this bright red line appears on the chart. So first, the concept of the stop. When you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. You have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade when it's not working for you. You cannot be stubborn, just thinking, well, every trade I take is going to work. I've heard some great things about this. It's got to work. Well, they don't. Unfortunately, they don't all work, which is okay. All right? As long as you have a stop in place where you're going to get out of the trade where it doesn't work. So your next question, if you're new to trading, or what you should be thinking is, okay, well, I kind of get that, but how do I know where to place a stop? That is only going to come with chart reading experience. So what I like to do, I like to look at a chart. I like to see, okay, where is in an area on the chart that looks like there's some support, where, a lot of support. And so that if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. Okay, so that is the whole concept then. And that's only going to take, you're not going to be able to understand where to put your stop right off the bat. You have to have some chart reading experience. So once you gain some of that though, all right, so you get the concept of placing a stop. That's where I'm going to get out. The next idea though is this. Okay, great. I know where I'm going to get stopped out of the trade. How much am I willing to risk on the trade in terms of dollars? So, I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. I'll answer your question in a minute, Ian. All right, so let's just say though, your account size dictates that you could risk $100 a trade. This is why I tried to make the math easy. So if you could risk $100 a trade, that is going to share size you. What do I mean by that? Well, I got into this trade at 280. Before I took the trade though, I know where my stop is, okay? I put it 20 cents away to make the math easy. So now, how do I share size? If I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, I take 20 cents, I divide it into $100, I get 500 shares. Conversely, if I get stopped out for a 20 cent loss with 500 shares, 500 times 20 cents equals $100. Okay, so I'm willing in this trade, this is in the simulator, I'm risking $100 on the trade. So if it works against me, doesn't work, I only want to lose $100. So this is why I'm saying, in the simulator, practice, practice, practice. Okay? Get used to the concept of placing a stop and share sizing yourself before you start committing money to the market. I know the excitement, you want to rush into the market, you've got a new account, you want to start trading. Trading is not easy. I say that all the time. It's not easy. So let's just say though that you have practiced for a while, and a while, somebody asked me the other day, well, how long is a while? I don't know. How high is the sky? I mean, some people might, really, some people will struggle all their lives and never get it. Okay, I hate to be brutal like that, but that's just the way it is. Some people, it might take a month, might take 2 months, might take 6 months of practice before they get comfortable. Some people could take a year. It's all over the place. How much are you willing to devote to it? All right. So now you're ready. You've done all your practicing. You've practiced in the simulator. And now you're ready for your first trade. And you place your stop and it's not working. It's starting to approach your stop. So I guarantee this is what's going to happen. Your little inner demons are at work now, because now you're starting to second guess where you put your stop. Because again, you heard great things about this company. Lots of chatter about it. The setup looked good. There's a lot of room for it to move on, these higher time frames. It's just not working though. So instead of obeying your stop though, because you just refuse to believe it won't work, you start moving your stop down. So now your $100 loss, manageable loss, is now 132. It starts approaching that new area. You keep moving it down, 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 because you're stubborn. So now, instead of that $100 manageable loss, it's now turned into $400, $500, horrors, $1,000, okay? And you finally get out of the trade. And it's going to happen. Hopefully it won't be that dramatic, like 100 turning into 1,000. But it's going to happen. We all do it. I don't do it anymore, but I used to. Sure, I used to understand the concept of a stop. But it was hard, because you can't believe that the setup that you had is not going to work. So anyway, how to counteract that? Leave your stop in, okay? Takes all the emotion out of trading. All the emotion out of trading. Leave your stop in. You get stopped out, and you move on. This is a great, great example of being stopped out, moving on, but guess what? Max R, it's set up again. So the same thing could happen. For all the reasons why you may have got into a trade at the beginning and it didn't quite work at the beginning, maybe the market was turning against you, maybe, who knows, there are a lot of reasons why a trade doesn't work at the beginning, but the setup could happen later on and you could get back into the trade. All right? So that's it, guys. I mean, that's the whole, so, I cringe, when I hear people, say, man, I got killed on this trade. The only reason you're getting killed on a trade is because A, you don't have a stop, or B, you had a stop and you didn't obey it. I know it's hard. You don't want to admit that you're wrong. Yeah, so if you're talking about, you'll never get the entry, okay? Remember, the entry is, the entry that's the price where the alert happened, okay? But when you try to get into a trade, I mean, A, the stock could be moving quickly. The spread could be, 4 or 5 cents. I can't tell you what it was for, say, Max R or any of the other ones that appeared. But you'll never, ever, ever, I shouldn't say ever, because I mean, the stock could come back to that price, I suppose. But that's what the limit offset is all about, and if you haven't watched the video, then I suggest you watch the video. Because the limit offset means okay, and I'm actually responding, whoops, just a second. I'm responding to you, Ian. That's a question we get. How come I didn't get the fill exactly when the alert happened? Well, even if you were auto trading, okay? I'm looking at the spread right now. If I had the alert for HBP and the alert was at, the spread is tightened, and I got an alert at 515, okay, the price was 515, but the ask might be at 520, 5 cents away. Usually you won't get a fill at the bid when you're trying to take the trade immediately. All right, so that's where the limit offset comes in. How far outside of the price that you had the alert at are you willing to go on a stock that is moving? And I can't tell you what you're going to use. But you'll notice, this is what I'm talking about. In the order details, this is the limit offset. So if you have a very tight limit offset, like 1 cent, you'll probably won't get filled ever. All right. So I can't tell you what to use. It all depends on how aggressive you want to be. How willing are you to take a trade outside of the actual alert? All right, I am sure that I have missed a lot of interesting action. It won't be. It's impossible. Well, I shouldn't say impossible, but just like if here we're getting an alert right here, CCOP, right? 1104. That was a real-time alert. But okay, that now it is dropped. Let me get another. But you just have to look at the spread. I mean, you may get a fill right at the alert price, even if you're trying to auto trade it, but more than likely you won't, because I mean, rarely is the bid and the ask going to be the same price. Okay, I mean, it's impossible. Now, if you put a limit offset of 0, okay, and then you only want to take this, so what you're then hoping for is that maybe it pops up and it comes back down to that price. Then yes, you could get that fill, I guess. But you probably won't get filled very many times of a stock that is moving higher. Are you new to trading in also? I mean, I don't auto trade. Yeah. All I'm saying is that hopefully you're not risking your real money. Okay. That hopefully you are practicing in the simulator. Okay. So you are paper trading. Yeah. Well, that's the reason. Yeah. So far, no real bounce in the market, guys. Hmm. Wow, there's the other one I really wanted. I really, really wanted was the SDC, guys. I just wiped out my site here. Just a second. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, so GTX, this is the window that I'm talking about. Strategy trades all, okay? From the toolbar, click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Can you see my screen? Okay, so if you see my screen, then just click on AI/Holly strategy trades window, and this is the window that you'll have. You'll have an entry, you'll have a stop. Okay? And you can use this like a watch list all day long, okay? If I were able to pay a lot of attention to this, and it's impossible for me. I mean, you see what I do all day long. I'm answering questions, which is, part of the deal. That's okay. But I use it as a watch list all day long because sometimes, for instance, Maxar, just as an example. So it's a little bit of a pull up here, right? It may set up again for another short. You know, if it pulls back down and starts to move down again, I mean, there's no real support for it. So, you know, it could set up again as a short. Boy, this was just an awesome short, SDC, after the little pull up and then the drop. I heard this LU ringing. Wow, Lufax. You know what? This one reminds me a little bit. Oh man, what's wrong with my memory? The China stock yesterday that I shorted basically all day long. All right, LU. My goodness, what is happening with this one? Yeah, I don't see any specific news. I don't know what you mean. Simulate sell and it's not reacting. Don't know what you mean. Ah, SDC. My two that I really wanted to watch this morning before the market opened were Sabre and SDC. And Sabre, of course, worked out nicely, but the SDC was the other one. I mean, just look. There was no support for it, guys. I mean, until you get down to about 750. So I don't know what you mean. I mean, this is an AI alert, so I don't know what you mean by. You want to sell it? You click on sell, pick how many shares you want. So I don't know what you mean exactly. Yeah, Brokerage Plus, yes. Oh, right. I'm sorry. The idea surfing. I'm sorry, Saeed. You asked me that a long time ago. Okay, this is what idea surfing does. So this is a toggle on and off, okay? So what happens is, it'll look at, in fact, it's going to go to the second one right here. It's going to go to KRE. I'm going to explain. Come on, go to KRE. Oh, I paused it. Okay, currently, okay. Okay, it's going to go to KRE, or it's going to go to nail. There, see, it went to nail and it loaded nail, and it's going to go to KRE next, okay? It loaded KRE. So what it does is, it takes all the top list windows that you have open, it's going to cycle through the top three of them. So it's finished with this one. It'll go to my next top list window that I have, and then the next one, and the next one, and the next one. You'll just keep cycling through them all. And by cycling, it'll load the charts. All right, so you can kind of sit back, kick back, and let the system load charts for you. If you saw something that you liked, you just go to the chart. You might see something, oh, I like that chart, okay, and you might want to trade it. So you can go to the chart and it'll pause. See how it's paused? So surfing, it's toggle on and off. This pauses it. I move off the chart, This looks like this looks like a bug for me. Okay, I have to actually go back up here. Now I'm on a development version. Normally what happens is this, when I'm idea surfing, okay, and I go to a chart and I move off the chart, it starts immediately. Looks like I have to go up here. Anyway, that's the whole idea. I don't think that'll happen for you guys. Or if you click on an alert, it'll stop surfing. Okay? But that's basically what it does. So it is kind of cool though. You can kind of, again, just kind of kick back and let the system load charts for you. Okay, so trade 5, that is your opinion regarding CCXI. Okay, only your opinion. Sorry. Now, Sabre actually looks like it wants to put a little bit of a bounce in here now, guys. I'm out of it completely now, but it looks like it wants to put in a, I mean, it already obviously has bounced off 1250 over the whole number, SABR. Opening trade ideas on Jatinder. Not that I'm having problems, you know, but this is within our accounting system, but I'm not having problems opening trade ideas. Anybody else in either room experiencing problems opening trade ideas? So when you say opening it, what do you mean by that exactly? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I can only say no. I don't. No, nobody else is saying they're having problems. Okay, now, did you sign? Okay, you know, you probably either A, disregarded it. It sounds like you haven't filled out the New York Stock Exchange forms that we sent that basically ask whether or not you're a professional trader. Okay, that might be the reason. If you've disregarded the email that we sent, oh, you did. Okay. Then I have no explanation. You might have to go to our homepage and ask. That's typically the reason. Yeah, I can't help you then. Let me just give you the homepage link. Make sure you give them the email that you use to sign up, and they'll check your account, okay? Yeah, so Thinker 7, you will not be able to do anything until give it a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday, okay? Then you'll have access to the program, and then you'll be able to, okay, then you'll be able to, you know, access the layouts. That's why I'm saying save my link, okay? Save that link here, my homepage link, okay? Save it. You see, and it's not working for me. I'm having an issue. But if you save the link and then if you go to the scan section, then you can take a look at all the scans, including the layout. Okay, so maybe there is an issue Okay, Jatinder, I can't help you. You're probably going to have to go to our homepage, okay? I just can't help you on something like that. I'd love to be able to help you, but I can't. Okay, so Jay, I'm going to give you my homepage link. I don't know if this is so. What I would do is I would save the link, okay, and then about a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday, you'll actually have access to the program and then all the scans. Okay, so if you save my link, then you can play around with it over the balance of Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. A couple of minutes, okay? All right, guys, sorry about that. All right, so let's see what's happening. So the market is continuing to drift down, not just drift. I mean, look at this. So bright red now. SPY, the Dow, and tech. So we're having a bit of a big sell-off right here now, especially in tech. Look at the last 2 days. Last 2 days. Okay, Razak. Vizio. Why did I have Vizio? This is obviously from yesterday. I had a price alert on Vizio from VZIO from yesterday. Okay, doesn't interest me as much. So remember what I was saying what the max are? Look at the little pull up and little base and now the drop. Okay, so this could easily continue down. Earnings play through the 200-day moving average. I mean, look underneath. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get down to $21, but I mean, there's not a lot of support for MAXR. He's down 26%. Let's see if we can get this one down underneath 29 again. I might have to short this one. It's down underneath 29 again. All right, guys, 11:30. So I'll be taking a break in about 25 minutes or so. So I'm going to put my have my alert set down here for MAXR. Down here, meaning around 28.90. See how it trades from there. Because I mean, look left. I mean, look how much room this still has to move down. I mean, even if you look at the monthly candle here, the low is 26.29, so that's what, $1.30 or 2.30 away. Ah, I didn't get it. I didn't get it. The Maxar. Oh man, I just missed it. Maxar, Maxr. Oh well. All right, on to the next one. Let's see. HLIT, another earnings play. Man, look at this one. Now, this is coming right into the 200-day moving average. 695, it's at 705, another earnings play. You can't add your stocks. No, the AI doesn't work like that, GTX, okay? The AI is just a series of strategies. I mean, not that this is an AI strategy, but ahead of time, we have no idea what alerts are going to happen. So it's just a matter of you get an alert if the filters are met and the trigger, in this case, new high, but we don't know ahead of time what's going to happen. It's an event, so you cannot input your own symbols, no. You can create your own symbol list or watch list, and create an alert window to track your stocks if that's what you want to do. But it's not a matter of inputting something into the AI. It doesn't work that way. This one hasn't been too bad. This MYGN. I mean, it's an earnings play, MYGN. Just watching. Yeah, if you don't want to short the market, I don't mean the market, overall market, but if you're shy about shorting stocks, then you're missing the boat on a lot of opportunities. All right, guys, you might hear the mowers outside. Yeah, this was the other one that I was wanting to keep an eye on. No, I mean I just couldn't. But the SDC, the Ballard, and of course the Sabre. Those were the three that I was really interested in following. Look at SDC. Oh, getting smashed here. 765 is then maybe some support. Hey, well, for about 2 years, I didn't do anything other than short back in, I think, what, 2008, 9, whenever that. Yeah, it took me a while. It took me a while to go long anything. Oh, yeah. This channel, you mean the trading room? Yeah, this trading room's been open like this since October of 2015. So the answer is yes. Okay, so JT Raj, yeah, so you'll have access to the program, Trade Ideas. Give it a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday, okay? And then you'll have access to my scanners, the channel bar scanners, all those. I would also recommend that you save this link also, the 20 lessons. I mean, again, if you want to be fully prepared for the test drive starting Monday when you have live data, take the 20 lessons. Mr. Real, good morning. Good morning. Just as I'm set to take off. Yeah, and again, it won't take you 20 days. I know it says 20 days. It was a little marketing effort there, but it will not take you 20 days. Well, if you're a beginning trader, I wouldn't do anything. I would practice in the simulator for a while before I would do anything, be it, scalping or swing trading. I'm not much of a swing trader, so I'm the wrong person. Look, swing trades are great if you get the right one. Well, if it's showing negative shares, that means you've shorted it. So if I short, Maxar, it shows negative shares. That's why. So notice what happened, guys. I remember I put a conditional buy order for the TTI. I'm gonna flatten this. These are hotkeys, by the way. I should have mentioned these. These are hotkeys, so you can get out of a trade, flatten, get a half your trade or double your trade. Give me a moment here. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do is I will put the link to the YouTube room in now in case you want to head over there while I take a break. I'll be taking a break in about 15 minutes or so. And Steve will be there. Steve Gomez will be there. Yeah, my trend reversal's down. Sure. Okay. What's your question? So that more than likely, I haven't looked at that for a while, but stocks that have been pretty high and now maybe moving down, giving you a potential. No, it's just a reverse. That's just the absolute reverse means they've maybe topped out and now are moving down. Trend reversals up means they may have bottomed out and maybe moving up. Just one moment, please. I'm on mute. I'm on mute. Thank you. Thank you, the dreamer. Thank you. Yeah. So I mean, the close P&L. If I get out of this trade, it'll tell me okay. Like I'll flatten the trade. So there it is. The closed P&L made $10. Okay. There's no open anymore. I don't have an open trade in this, and the today will be the same because this was the first time I traded it. All right. Is this coming into a support area? Ballard, BLDP. Maybe not. I'm looking at that low. I thought it was closer to 16. That's about 1480. Well, okay, HBP. Closed. I closed out the trade for $10. Okay? Today's P&L is going to be the same because if I had held if HBP was a trade from yesterday that I closed out, it would tell me what I actually made today in it. Okay, but these are going to be the same because this was just something I did today. What is my watch list up and down? Just a watch list I create every day. Based on some scans that I do after hours every day, and I create a watch list. And then these are the ones that triggered from the watch list. I have not been able to pay any attention to it today. Probably, you know, my guess is that the long plays would have been pretty disastrous. But remember, it's a watch list, so it's not that you take the trade immediately. Yeah, it looks like the shorts are... Oh, look at Ballard. Wow. I mean, guys, remember when Ballard was at $42? 3 months ago? Or Sabre short. Real. I had three that I was really interested in this morning: Sabre, Ballard, and SDC. Not so much a spreadsheet. I don't know if this calendar feature is working right now, but the calendar, what it will do, yeah, it's still a little bit. Eventually, this calendar feature, it'll show you all the trades, okay, on a day-by-day basis. Yeah, and the max are from the AI, yeah. Okay, so I do see that this read showed up in the options plays. Now, I mean, this has got a ton of room if it can get over 166. It's not a low float, 75 million in the float. I'm just going to stick an alert right there at 166, see if I can take this out, because if it does, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get up to 4, but it's got a lot of room. It wants to move. Look at the volume, big volume today, of course. Look at that volume compared to the previous days. See, look at that, the gap down and go, $30 right there. $28.93 now. No. I did see the CLF earlier. I didn't see any, I don't think I saw any news on it. Yeah, the CLF was awesome. Yeah, I didn't see any other than an upgrade. Well, other than. And they put a pretty aggressive price target on it, I think. $24. Yeah, $24 price target. That was from Credit Suisse. Or for you Americans, Credit Suisse. All right, guys, read. Looks like it's... Boy, it takes this out. It's got all sorts of room. 166. There it is. Okay, guys, it is now getting into very interesting territory for the read. And again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, just look at these longer term time frames. I mean, can you not? If I mean, just look there. There's a high right there. That's back in looks like July of last year of 166. It's right at that level. Takes that out. Then the next high looking left is 190, and that's back in September of 2019. You know, so I mean, it's starting to approach these levels, and if it can ever crack through all this, I mean, look what could happen. Okay, got to change headsets. 11:52. Just give me a moment, please. All right, done. All right, did not take out my alert. See that blue line right up there? I'm waiting on that. That's for the read. Oh man, Azure guys, yeah, it is still shortable. I wonder how many shares. Yeah, only 1,900 shares now at Interactive Brokers. Well, guys, here's another one. BHC. BHC, it has. This is an earnings play, BHC. There's another one I did see in the pre-market, but there's so many. But look at this one now, BHC, and look underneath. The next low looking left on that monthly chart was 27.95. It's below that. And now look underneath now. I mean, it has a shot to get down to that. What are we? 25.45 is the next low looking left on that monthly chart. The weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, this has got room underneath. I'm talking about the BHC. It's a chart. Let's take a look at ITSA then. EDSA. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I don't know what it's doing today in terms of news. I don't know I don't see any specific news on it. Canadian stock. So it's a bio. I don't know what they do. But yeah, looking left, 814 is the next high looking left on the monthly. So I mean, this has got some room. It's a low float. 7708. Yeah, it's not a great spread right now. Not horrible, but it's not great. Could be interesting going forward. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, as you know, that spread can change just like that. Yeah, right now, I mean, it's six. Yeah, I mean, it flashed 699,703 for a sec. Anyway, yeah, I mean, the spread is not great, probably, but okay. Just a confirmation. It is Steve in the YouTube channel, so I'll be taking my break very soon. What time is it right now? 11:58. So he's probably going to show up in the YouTube channel really soon. He'll let me know. Ah, Smile Direct. Look at this. What a great move. Fairly stress-free trade. Only a little pause right there. Wow. I mean, what a gap down, guys. I mean, that's yeah, you mentioned Vroom. Boy, it vroomed up for a bit, but not. Then it pulled right back. But what sort of? Yeah, see, it's got some just choppiness in that daily chart. Look how choppy it is on the daily chart. Choppy meaning take a look at the topping tails and bottoming tails on this daily chart. No discernible trend. Now, yesterday had a great day, trying to continue, but still probably struggling to get through here. So when you say link, are you talking about with Brokerage Plus? The answer is no. You cannot. The only you can use trade idea. You can use trade ideas with any broker. Okay, but if you're talking about using Brokerage Plus, Webull does not. No, only Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. Well, I'm going to be stubborn on the read. I want it to really clear that 166. So that's why I've got an alert set right up here around 170. All right, I see Steve is streaming now. Okay, Steve, I will stop streaming in YouTube. Have fun.
All right. I see my screen. Let's make sure I hear the voice. Then I'll hit mute on that YouTube feed. Hey, nice. Boy, there's not much of a delay today. I really like that. You know, I think we were working with like a 30-second delay for other reasons before, but it's much easier when we're doing questions and answers to be able to see what you guys are talking about. So hello, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of the Trade Ideas live support session. As usual, I'm Steve Gomez. I'm here to help you guys, whatever you want to talk about. I don't think we can link Webull to TI, being that's a phone application, I believe. Unless I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that we don't have that function. Hello, everybody. So yeah, we have a little dicey action today. A lot of give back. It was kind Kind of noticing this yesterday in Jamie's webinar for those of you that were with us yesterday. I just didn't like the way that looked. Closing on a big red low under key moving averages that look like they're about ready to cross, and then lo and behold, they're going to cross today. And I think I even drew a little dot right there that said we're probably going to revisit this area. And boy, that happened a lot quicker than I thought. But that's the nature of the beast of price action. It can take the stair step up and the elevator down very quickly. S&P, if it closed right here, would be very ugly as well, because again, by my way of looking at things, a closing candle under key moving averages is usually not good. And the same thing could happen over there in SPYs. You know, we could easily be targeting this type of area as we did back here and for the most part back there. You know, we've got our test drive coming up next Monday. Yeah, May 10th. For people who have not used Trade Ideas, you can use the product for 2 weeks. Pretty much everything except auto trading. And kick the tires and see what it's all about for $9, which essentially covers your live data feed that the New York Stock Exchange is extremely protective of. Those of you that are members and those of you that are yet to sign up, you'll find out you have to create what's called or complete what's called an exchange agreement. Just let us know what industry you're in so the New York Stock Exchange can determine whether you're a professional or not. And a professional would be somebody who trades for a firm or a fund, or somebody who is a registered investment advisor and has licenses to give advice. There's many nuances to it, but I digress. All right, what do you guys want to talk about today? Is there anything trade ideas related you need help with? You want to look at the markets? You want to look at stocks? I mean, this IWM just keeps going back and forth, trying to show us the Larry King shoulders there. Head and shoulders possible pattern, who knows? I don't know, the market always seems to have a funny way of finding its way out of trouble. Will this time be any different? I don't know. As I mentioned on social media and some other venues, and last night's webinar, of course, I am not long this market. I'm mostly in cash. I am also in a lot of PSLV. It's a silver fund, but you know, it sounds like Janet Yellen came out and started making some "we need to raise interest rate" comments there a little while ago, as if the market wasn't already having a rough day. We can see in silver there and in gold midday. Apparently interest rate sensitive environments, probably the treasuries too. Yeah. But stocks opened weak, kept selling, and then that news didn't really help. Kind of threw gas on the fire. Let's look at what the AI is doing today. Much better than yesterday. And as I notice, you know, the top 5 holdings here are shorts, which is probably a good thing. The big winner of the day, I was looking at this earlier, and this is another great example to talk about using the 10-period simple moving average as your guide. Now, this one has been very volatile. It came down, it hit its short side target and booked the profit, at least the AI did, and then it bounced right back up into the stop that the AI suggested. But what I try to talk about is the 10-period simple moving average here on a 15-minute chart. That should be your stop. And the moment a candle posts and closes and completes a candle that is on the opposite side of that momentum moving average, that is your intraday signal to probably get out, as the momentum or the direction is likely to continue to reverse. So with that said, this short idea is still kind of in play here using that particular risk management. Let's look at this one. Oh, another short. and it was to the downside, and then look, it had tried to bounce. That simple moving average got close to it, and the price got scared and fell down to new lows. This trade would still be intact, still be something to stay in, and just monitor that simple moving average and see what you get. Then there's a long, interestingly enough, on today, but it's a good looking chart. A nice push on the open. There's our blue line entry. And right off the bat, you really just got to disregard that red line suggested AI stop and become a human being that is a better trade manager. And by doing so, you can add a 10-period simple moving average, and this becomes your stop. So right off the bat, this thing is doing very well, and looks like it even went through its target. The AI got out way too early, but this thing's still up pretty good. But as long as it stays above that moving average, that is how I would manage a trade like that. All right, I see a question coming in, and we want to get certainly on those. Essery, I know the difference between cons, mod. Oh, okay. How did the AI channels pick the ones in the channel bar? It's basically the best of. Whichever one's doing the best, it's going to show you that. So we can quickly learn. We can quickly look over there and see that we get no real, what's the word I'm looking for? Congruence, similarities among the three. Each one is giving us a different look. I really hate to focus on the aggressive mode of the AI, because the aggressive mode simply only means we're ignoring the AI suggested stop. Now, I know I say do that, but I do that with a plan. Ignore the AI suggested stop, but use that moving average as your plan. So you can see that if you were doing that today, it's a much more fruitful method in which to trade. The moderate mode means that you're again deciding when you want to exit. However, you are using the AI stops, and what happens is sometimes the AIs get stopped out quickly and then reverse, and that's why it's showing up in the aggressive mode. If we just get rid of the stops altogether, it's a tremendously volatile way to let your risk go, but it shows in this particular case that's where the big money was made. If you got out too soon, you regretted it. And then the conservative mode is just what it sounds like. You let the AI do it for you conservatively. The AI tells you when to get in, and the AI tells you when to get out. But a lot of times, again, there's money left on the table. That's why I go back to trying to say, let the AI serve you the idea, and let yourself and your eyes and every new candle of data that comes in, let that nuanced information help you decide when to get out. And again, using the 10-period moving average is all I would use right there. 60, 40, 47. Yes, right. I got you there, S3. Hopefully that helps. Again, I would just pick to go to moderate mode, and in moderate mode, you could call it a blending of aggressive, because I don't like to use that AI suggested stop. I want to use the stop that I see clear. And in that case, I guess you could say, if you want to be aggressive, that's where the profits are today anyway. It doesn't mean it's going to be like that every day. All right, don't be shy. We've got a question and answer window there. If people want to have me look at something, we can do that. If you need help trying to configure a scan, I don't have any magic scans right now. I'm going to try and work on something for this afternoon's webinar. I'm going to try and see if I can find something on the short side that's working, because, like I said yesterday, and for the last few weeks, it seems like the market can be up 1-2%, and you look down and your stocks are down 3 and 5%. And it was just a broken record day after day. And Andy's made some good comment. Andy's been killing it by shorting individual names. He's been shorting Tesla again for the third time. He did it a couple days ago, and all he sees is these big bounces, as I talk about too, up into the moving averages. And when we're trying to get these stocks to go long, I always say, well, you got a lot of work to do right there. You're going to have to fight through that area. Well, Andy's flipping the coin upside down and saying, I want to profit on the short side. I'm going to use those moments in time as my short-sided entries. And that's really the best way to be a short seller. Because look, even today, if you look at waiting for that support level to be taken out, look at this. You had about 20 minutes maybe where you were in the money, and now the stock is trying to pop back up above that. So momentum to the short side is very hard. If you're going to play the short side, you have to wait for a couple of days of bounce and then find that sweet spot up in and just under the armpit, as I call it, because it reminds me of an armpit. All right. The AI gets in and you want to pick the exit. How is that accomplished? Again, I would say use the 10-period moving average. I use a 15-minute chart and I use a 10-period moving average. So the very first one I spoke of, this is a short sell. As we can see, the arrow is pointing down, and there was our entry right there for the most part. It bounced up and is chopping around, but this is what's going to meet the price here. It has come down and kind of forced the price a little bit, but we're in a tug of war, a struggle right here. We've got 3 minutes left before this candle completes, and I would say you'd stay short a trade like this. You would stay short until a candle is posted back above that declining moving average. To use the other example we were looking at, okay, there's the stock moving up. All right, right off the bat, I would be using this as my out. So you can just pretty much get rid of the suggested AI stop and use a 10-period moving average. Now, is this trade still intact if using that risk management? The answer is yes. We do not see a candle close as of yet below this rising momentum line. I'll stop calling it a 10 SMA, and I'll call it the momentum line. Just try to keep it simple. This is our momentum line. Is the price still above the momentum line? Stay in. Did the price tick once or twice or 3 or 4 times below the momentum line, then pop back up? Stay in. Did it trade below the momentum line and then stay there and then close at a 15-minute candle? Did it close below the momentum line? Get out. That's about as simple as I try to make my intraday risk management decision. Now, I'm not a day trader. I'm not a scalper anymore. I'm a swing trader. So let's say I was a swing trader and I came into this stock today after holding it for a couple of days. This is something more like I would do. Maybe be buying it back here, noticing the strength, but waiting for a couple of days of pullback and then buying it as a swing trader down here. Well, to exit my trade and book my profits and make money, this is the method that I am using to gauge when should I get out. Because I'll tell you, no matter when you get out, you're probably still going to kick yourself for either way, saying, oh, I should have held longer. Or why did I get out so soon? All the books say, let your profits run. Well, that's so much easier said than done when you're in the moment. And your biggest fear is looking down and seeing a few $100s that, you made out of thin air. But you know that at any moment, the crazy price action could reverse on you and take that money away. And we always fear that. So we go, okay, I'll take it now. So many times that $300 could turn into $600 by the end of the day if you were just a little bit more patient. And a way in which we can exercise and work on our patience is to have a very simple method of risk management, and that's mine. So I was really trying to expand on that for you, Asiri, as to how to accomplish picking the exit. And I hope that helps, because it works as a day trader or it works as a swing trader in my case, who's now itching to take my profit. This thing's running out of steam here at 34. At the bottom of the hour, it might be posting a candle below. And if I was in this hypothetical trade, I'd say, all right, that's my moment to get out. And I won't kick myself as much because, I followed my plan and I tried to stay in as long as I possibly could. And more often than not, when I see that first candle close under that momentum line, you look back an hour and a half later and there's just continued subsequent red candles. And it's like, whoa, that was a really early indicator. I probably should have heeded that. All right, Michael, the webinar I speak of is it's the weekly trade of the week webinar. Let me see if I can get a link for you off my notepad here. Trade of the week webinar. Let me see if I can find that. Why do I not have that link? I'm sorry, I don't have it. You might have to email info@trade-ideas.com. So you want to get on the webinar list, and they can send you one. Brian, why do you use the 15-minute? Well, because again, I'm a swing trader, Brian, and it's just I used to use 5 minutes. I find 1 and 2 minute absolutely maddening, unless you're an algorithm or a high frequency trading machine. It's just too much noise for me. So pulling back quiets things down, filters out the noise. And as a swing trader, that's really the number one answer for you. I'm a swing trader. And so the daily chart is my most important chart. But the 15-minute chart tells me how and when I should be timing the jump rope of entries and exits. Because I have found that that 10-period simple moving average just works like magic many times when a stock is in motion and staying in momentum. If the stock's just chopping back and forth, this line means nothing. But we all want to be in the right stuff, the stuff that's moving, the momentum. Or if you were lucky enough to be positioned in this before today, you're riding the entire momentum of the day. Well, the hardest part becomes to say, oh, when do I sell it? Because believe me, you can be a deer in the headlights and you can watch this thing reverse on you and pull way back if you're not careful. So hope that answers. You know, Brian, if you're a scalper or a quick hit and run trader, 15 minutes might not work for you. You're probably better off using 5 minutes. All right. Yeah, thanks, Michael. Sorry I don't have that link handy for you. I'd have to pull up a bunch of websites. Can't do that. Let's see here. Sam, since we don't have EMA filter, trying to work on a scan that will trigger when the 8 EMA crosses the 10 SMA. Ooh. What would be your suggestion? Well, we really don't have anything that would be a filter that would show you a cross. A cross is the actual hard coding of the algorithm that is happening. Now, I can't say that you can't ever do it because we have a team of guys here led up by Michael and a couple others that are using a tool that's called the Market Explorer that we use behind the scenes, and it's extremely advanced. It's nothing that really the public would be able to get their hands around. It's, it's an algorithm writing tool. And the tool is going to allow us to start doing a lot more intricate things, and those intricate things really will depend on what the crowd wants. So if there's a way in the near future to do an 8 EMA and a 10 SMA cross, we could attempt to work on that, but I don't think we're quite ready for it yet. But when you hear us start talking about the Market Explorer, that is a task that probably could be accomplished using that tool. But because the filters as they are right now, the filters are only giving you distance from. So even if we did have an 8 EMA and a 10 EMA, you could try and do the distance from a little tighter with the 8 and a little longer with the 10 and back your way into it. But that's really a difficult endeavor. You're going to get a lot of false triggers that you don't want. Why not a 30-minute? I don't know. I've just liked the 15. The 30-minute could is divisible by each trading day at 6.5 hours. That works. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. I've noticed that the 5-minute does not line up as well on the 10-period simple moving averages as well as the 15, and I would assume that the 30 might be the same. 30 is probably just a bit too zoomed out for me. The numbers in the AI channels, they're based, I believe, on 100 shares of risk. You can base it on 100 shares of risk. You can base it on $100 of risk. Two completely different animals. But I believe the channels are based on 100 shares of risk. I'm not much for crossover alerts, Sam. I think they're just almost too simplistic, and I think there's probably too many false readings in them. But that doesn't mean that I'm right. Somebody out there could find a core. They could find a time frame that works, but more importantly, they find a period in the market cycle that works. Because that's going to be the same for anything that we do. All right, the jam down to the 10 SMA is something we talked a lot about that just worked really well 6 months ago. It's not working well right now. So no matter what approach you're trying to bring to the market, it's going to have its hot and cold periods, just like somebody sitting at a table, a poker table or a blackjack table, to use the casino analogy. Does the AI learn over time? Um, it's machine learning based on each new days of data. So each new day of data, a new period comes in and an old period drops out. So in a sense, it's learning. It's always constantly refining the strategy along the lines of what I literally was just talking about. What has a hot hand and what doesn't. So the AI might have, for instance, one that I submitted called quarterback. Okay, all I did was submit a simple block of marble that said buy stocks that are up on the day that pulled back 25%. But that's it. I didn't submit anything more than that, and it gave about 1,000 triggers over 60 days. It's exactly what we want. We want the data. We want a giant pool of data for the AI to sift through and find out what works and what doesn't. So from that basic block of marble, the AI goes to work. And it probably added 20 different filters to what I submitted to it. And then each night, it will run and backtest those filters and see if it can rejigger them or reformulate them or take some or give some and get what's called the final score, the scoring, back up over the threshold. Now, chances are 60-70% of the time out of the year, that strategy is not scoring well in the evening. So it goes back in the hopper and we never see it on the AI screen. The only the only strategies you see on the AI screen every day are the ones that tested very well the night before. So it really goes well to, again, what I was just talking about before we switch to the AI. Strategies are going to deteriorate over time. Nothing is going to work indefinitely. Things are going to have a hot hand and then they're going to go cool for a while. Directions are one reason that would happen. If the market's choppy, that's probably going to be another main thing. Small caps, there's so many different ways in which you can try and go to say, what is the AI looking at? How is it learning? And why is that strategy doing well this week when it didn't do well last month? Yes, it's all about adaptation, like Sam says. And, so the AI does learn over time, but it learns when to be active and when not to be active. All right, Brian, the jam down not working. Is that because, yes, the market's changed. The market changes, people change. You're correct on both accounts. When the market stops changing, people start getting frustrated because what they were used to be doing is no longer working. Some will continue to do it and others will pull back, and that's when things just start to change. Let's check in. Okay, so what we're getting here is a slight attempt to bounce in the NASDAQ, and our bounce is fully into the S&P. So this is a bit more of a better example for us. What I'm currently seeing here on the daily chart is the S&P blew through the 20 period, but it would be a miraculous stick save and rather bullish in that respect on a single day candle, that is, anyway. If the price can get back above and close above this red 20-day moving average, it will do so with a very long hammer kind of a candle, a skinny body, and a long bottoming tail. That's a big if. We don't know what the end of the day is going to look like. But as for right now, we're battling exactly what I've been talking about. S&Ps are bouncing right up into the declining 10-period moving average. I'm going to call that last candle close enough for government work where it didn't really quite close. It was kind of right on the screws of that line. So let's see if the next candle here in 4 minutes decides to close above or below this 10 SMA. And if it does close above, well, maybe that'll be a bit of a tell that the buyers are going to maybe step in here midday and try and support this market. We'll see. If for any reason all of a sudden prices get a little scared and drop back below and close under this red line with a little bit of red, well, then we might have to say that the momentum line held and the sellers are still in control. So this is a good moment in time here, to try and judge what the hell's going on. But as we notice, the NASDAQ is a bit weaker than the S&P. It has not attempted to test that yet. What about the Russell, the small caps? What are they doing? They actually closed above. The small caps actually posted a close back above, so they're trying to lead the way higher here, interestingly enough. All right, looks like we're caught up. I'm just kind of watching here to see what the S&Ps are going to do. You want to look at DNMR, Aja? DNMR. All right. All right, so first thing I notice is sometimes price action will like to go down there and retest a prior low. So everybody that bought that low is now going to be shaken out as we see the price came back down, dipped below, and tried to see the algorithms or the market making quants or whatever you want to call them. The price was moved down to those levels to see if the dominoes could be tipped and if any sell stops would trigger. So right off the bat, is it a nice trending stock? No, it's in a horrible downtrend. However, depending upon what your time frame is, that little failure to go lower and continue lower didn't work. It's kind of reversed, and the price is now well above that prior low. If we shift over to the intraday here, we have our candle back here a half an hour ago that closed above the line that was dominating the downside momentum. A second and a third candle, so we're starting to build a little bit of base here above that declining moving average. So I don't know what your time frame is. I don't know if you're a long-term holder or you're just trying to catch a little dead cat bounce. It might be due for a little dead cat bounce right back up into this area on that daily there. If you zoom out, oh, now I'm locked up. Sometimes when I'm broadcasting, it locks up. There we go. So, yeah, that looks like a big level from back here, too. Wow. Interesting. Okay, DCB. Okay, so this is kind of what you're looking for then, Asia. DCB. Oh, dead cat bounce. Right. Looking for the dead cat bounce. Well, you might get one there because when it can't take out that, or it can't follow through, I should say, from that prior low, the shorts get exhausted. They start to cover. You might get people like yourself looking for the dead cat bounces that pop right back in. But, as you know, a dead cat bounce is likely going to be short-lived. That's all I would say. All right. NASDAQ does not want any part of that line. Oh, okay. Did we get our close? Well, technically we got a close above that declining moving average in the S&P. So let's see what happens. It's a very tight one, though. But we have 15 minutes now to work on this candle. And over there in the NASDAQ, it's still looking a little bearish over there. But, you know, we're right in the smack of midday, lunchtime. You know, this is where a lot of the momentum just starts to wane out and lose its luster. Somebody locked Janet Yellen in a room after she said those words. People playing the LTNC stock. I just kind of feel like we're going to have another destiny date with that 50-day moving average there. Kind of like we did back here. So that's what I see over there. Yeah, she should know better. Her and Jerome Powell better get on the same page. I'm very bullish silver, especially in the last few days. I prefer the PSLV ETF. They seem to have a lot more substantiated silver in their vaults than the paper hands at SLV anyway. And it was a pretty nice looking chart too, you know. Nice sideways action above the key moving averages there for a week, and then yesterday the big gap open, and then Janet Yellen right there, for some reason spooking the metals market. So SB. Yeah, you know, I was actually looking at some shippers this morning. Diana Shipping I thought was interesting. I almost bought it right down here. Those 3 wicks right off that blue line, but then, I don't know. I'm talking myself out of a lot of trades lately because it's been tough. And then I looked at how far it's come, and it's like, I don't know. But yeah, if you're reading about the shippers, we have a serious supply chain issue going on right now for many weird reasons. There's a lot of funny business going on out there where people are not getting their imports on a timely fashion. I know we just ordered a new couch, and it's going to take 3 months to get here, apparently. Oh, right. Werner. Yeah, I mean, I am definitely bullish on transports. The shippers are probably a different story, but Werner. Werner. Look at this. It's very cup and handly, isn't it? In a very long respect. Looks bullish. Definitely bullish on the transports. Oh, I forgot what the symbol was for that ETF symbol. It's not DJT, is it? Dow Jones Transports? No. YRCW Freight. That's an old one. Let's do this. Let's go to the Trade Ideas Similar tab. We'll take a look at Wern and then look at some of its competitors. Freight and trucking. Look at that ARCB breaking out beautifully. Big couple days for this FWRD, freight and trucking. So you guys see what I did here. I just started off with a general thought of the question of Wern from Dave. And thought, yeah, well, what do the other shippers look like? So we go to the similar tab, and we can just start going down the line here. JBHT, that's the one I was thinking of. Beautiful rounded bottom. Yeah, it is a lot of activity in the shippers right now. When you consider what's happened the last year, everybody has learned how to sit at home and point and click and order and restock. I heard they're having a hard time actually finding truckers too right now. They're all trucking, Dave. That is right. So we have a customer service crisis next week. I've seen signs in certain restaurants where people don't want to come back to work, which I guess is what happens when you create fear and then give them money to stay home. I don't care what the Fed says, Dave. Inflation is coming in a very big way. Yeah, I had a chart I saw the other day, just a bunch of different charts. Soybean, lumber, corn, canola oil, cocoa, sugar. It's all getting out of whack. And I fear it's not going to get better. I fear it's going to get pretty bad, actually. We're probably going to see $5 gasoline here in California this summer. I see no reason why not. My poor daughter has to drive 45 minutes each way for her career. Yeah, the Suez Canal certainly didn't help either. COVID didn't help. The Long Beach port has been backed up forever. Um, and what's happening is you're getting certain importers that are now jockeying and starting to pay premiums and jumping in front of other importers that don't have as big of a checkbook. I guess that's becoming an issue too. Yeah, I haven't looked at Tata Motors in a while. They don't even trade anymore, do they? It used to be Tata. Was it? Did they change it? Yeah, TTM. Thank you, Steve. Nice consolidation after a big run there for Tata. Is it INFS? I can't remember what Infosys is. Yeah. What's our market doing? NASDAQ is still not happy. What are the S&Ps doing? Dripping back down into the range. How do you program we don't do anything to program the AI for different time periods. However, we are having a new network being built out for swing trading. So we've had a lot of internal shuffling going on, and there's been a lot of priorities that have been moved around, but AI swing trading is one of them. It will be coming at some point, but there's really no programming we do other than, like I was speaking to earlier, when we just submit a simple strategy to the AI. A breakout strategy, a pullback strategy, a momentum strategy. We have a couple strategies that are designed to be under $10. So they're just submitted in the most simplest form, and it's the AI that creates all the color around them. Yeah, NASDAQ falling back into the range there. Looks like my silver is trying to, I'll look at PSLV instead. They're trying to hold on to that 5-day moving average in blue. Long day yet. All right, what do you guys want to talk about? We got another 15, 20 minutes. Yes, so in that respect, the AI will submit back-tested ideas that it has done the same machine learning process for, but instead of back-testing holds for all day, it'll be back-testing holds for 2 or 3 days. And when we get there, one of the first things I will submit to the AI is that jam down buy because it used to manually trade and manually backtest very well. So I'd be very curious to see what the AI does with it in terms of the nuances that it gives it to improve it, because it always does improve it. When when we submit the strategy, they are all being back tested, as I said, for a 1 day hold. Now, that's not to say that you could come in here and look at some of these and say, if this thing closes on lows, and I've been in RCRM, and by the way, you guys, look at my risk management. It kept you in the trade. If you got nauseous and anxious and you wanted to get out and book your profit, you missed that little move we just had right there. You're not in it anymore. So that line kept me in the trade. So let's assume this goes all the way into the close and closes at or near lows. And you look at the daily chart and it broke below support and closed on lows. Well, maybe it becomes your own discretion as to the ones you want to take home and bleed into a second day. So they're not programmed for more than 1 day, but every now and then it will bring a chart to your attention that you realize, hey, this thing might have some more meat on the bone. ARNC, if it closes on highs up here around 35 at the high of the day, I've seen a lot of stocks that do that. When they close on highs with a big green candle, chances are you might get a nice little gap up the next morning, and maybe you just sell that gap and say, I squeezed as much out of the juice as I could out of that lemon. All right, you want to look at NIO for J. I looked at NIO earlier. It's not looking good. It was starting to look good last week. I was long ride, and I got out before. I got out on this day right here. I didn't like the way it was trying to close, and I saved myself a lot of headache. I mean, I'm lucky on that one because I've stayed in some stupid ones. I stayed in FSM on this day, and they decided to acquire a gold mine, and it really pissed everybody off, as you can see, and I'm still sitting in that one. So I got lucky in ride. But back to your question about NIO, here's what I see. I see it bouncing between the key moving averages from the 200 up to the 50. I'm telling you, it's probably going to come back and touch that 200. Might find some buyers and just might get squeezed. So keep an eye on which one is going to win here. Is the stock going to break below the 200 and fail, or is it going to dig in at the 200 and it will post a close, next week above that declining 50 and try and show strength? But it's in no man's land here, and you can just kind of see it's being painted into a corner, literally. What do I think about Weight Watchers? WTW? Oh, MTW. That's not even a new stock. That was an old stock. MTW. And I just froze. Let's give it a second. There we go. All right, nice looking chart. Let's get back to the details here. Construction, machinery, manufacturing. Okay, so they make cranes. So all the infrastructure and all the buildings we've seen out there, these guys are leasing the big equipment to them. But the story is being confirmed by the chart. Got ahead of itself here. Textbook pullback right to the 10-day moving average, and it's off. So what I see here is it's taking out prior highs. I'd love it if it closed on highs, and then you could probably maybe even squeak out a little bit more tomorrow. But once these things take out the obvious level of resistance, it's not like they run 5 or 6 days. You gotta anticipate it back here, then participate in it as it breaks through, and then don't be stubborn about taking profits, I would say, because what I've noticed in this market is nothing is lasting longer than a day and a half or 2 days. It's really hard to get follow through. Case in point, silver. Nice day yesterday. 2 steps backwards today. So that's a good looking chart, Dave, but I wouldn't stick around too long. These are the kind of ones where maybe you sell 2/3 above in the clean air, and then you keep 1/3 just in case there is more residual meat on that bone. But what the market has been giving us and everything that I've been seeing, I don't want to stick around too long in a winning swing trade these days. I did buy a little bit of this one, but it's in the 401k and it's going to be invested, not traded. MindMed, doing some interesting things in therapy with psychedelics. And they got listed on the NASDAQ after being a pink sheet or an OTC. All right, let's see. I'll be here for another 10 minutes with you guys. So, Dave, I've been in it for a couple of days. Well, that's the sweet spot. So let's go back to that for a second. Where is our intraday indicator? Well, you're back above it here for the most part. So I just say keep an eye on that thing. And if it closes below it, towards the end of the day here, you might want to take a little off the table. But in a perfect world, it will close on highs for you. And you'll bring in some chasers that are just looking to chase something. The market makers might even gap it up a little bit on the open, and then maybe you get a nice gap to sell. Let's check in on our S&Ps. Uh-oh. That was short-lived. That was really an outlier. Posted a tiny, tiny close above and then dropped right back into the range. So the sellers are back in control here midday anyway. Same to be said there on our NASDAQ. Look at how clean that moving average is, holding the price down. Again, I think it's a foregone conclusion. We've got 324.50 here, 324.70-ish as our, well, 324.80 they're calling it. Probably might even get hit today. All right. What do you guys want to look at? Let's look at the sectors. That's always interesting. Steel. Oh, wow. Look at that. Looks almost like that MTW chart, doesn't it? Beautiful catch of the 10-day moving average and rising higher. This is why we see X Steel doing so well today and Cliff Steel doing so well today. Look at them riding the intraday moving average. Interesting. Steel is very strong today. Probably another reason that MTW, that crane company, right? Infrastructure. Oil looks like it wants to break out. Yeah, there's no inflation in the world. I don't know what you're talking about. Get ready for USO to break out. EVA for Dave and a couple more. Let's see. EVA. Nice consolidation. I like that. This one has potential. And what is this? More manufacturing. Wood products. Oh, interesting. Wood. Lumber. Expensive. Yep. That's a good looking chart. I have nothing bad to say about that one. Carnival Cruise, CCI. I'm sorry, it's not CCI. Crown Castle. Investment pools. Well, I'll tell you what, this thing looks a little tired. If we were to close right here today, right now, the last thing that looked like that to me was NASDAQ Qs. So that one doesn't look that great. It might reverse on us and pop back up into the range by the close, but it's had a good run. Looks and feels a little tired, perhaps. What was the other one you had? UNH, United Health. A friend of ours works for them. And look at that 10-day moving average, beautifully pushing the price higher last week. I'd say at this point, you've had a few good green days. Might be looking for a reason to consolidate. It's been a nice run. Mavis, Microvision just took off with news probably. Whenever I see news, I just go to Twitter and type in $MVIS in the search tab, see what everybody's talking about. But yeah, momentum obviously came into that one. And look at where it got hung up on the daily, right at the 50-day. The last two candles couldn't get through the 50-day. And for the moment, today's candle can't either. What's most important to me in swing trading? The entry. The better the entry, the better the trade goes. So as I was saying, back to the trade that Dave was talking about a little earlier, saying if you're on the ball and you bought it on this day right here, leaning on the 10-day moving average I've been talking about and using that as your entry, then when it works, you have zero pain and your potential for a bigger bracket of P&L can be achieved. If you're the one who's chasing your swing trade entries up here because it broke out, you might be happy for a half a day, and then you've got a lot of trouble, and before you know it, you're red. So the entry starts everything. The better the entry, the better the trade. It all just kind of works better. So that's my thought. Now, to expand on that, I really like doing my exits at the end of the day. Not so much on my entries. I took an entry in TGB today. TGB. Okay. Why? Because I'm liking the copper, infrastructure, steel, inflation, shortages, all the stuff we're hearing about gives me kind of a bullish scenario on this smaller copper stock that I've liked to play over the last year. And I've noticed that when it consolidates like that, sometimes it'll push higher out of the consolidation. The problem with this one is it's got earnings tomorrow, and I don't care. I'm going to just roll the dice. I usually don't do this, but I'm going to roll the dice, and I'll accept any consequence I get. But the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. So the people who anticipated and positioned in this nice little consolidation here above the 10-day moving average, the people that took a chance here might get rewarded if it gaps up on good earnings or just gaps up for any reason. If it gaps down, I'll take my losses and get out. But what I was going to expand on is at the end of each day is when I will look at all of my swing positions and say to myself, is this stock going to close underneath that moving average? What's the one we just looked at? Here we go, CCI. At the end of the day, if I'm long CCI, and especially if I'm long in the money, say I was on the ball down here and I noticed the sideways action into the 10 SMA, and I took that entry right there, and I was never in the red. I was happy all the way. And I told myself, all I'm going to do is wait for that first closing candle below the rising 10 SMA. That's going to be my out. Well, guess what? At 5 minutes to the bell today, if this stock looks like this, I'm punching out. And so my answer to your question is, I like to make my swing decisions at the end of the day, especially on my exits, especially on the ones that aren't working. All right, is this one not working? Am I underwater? Did it just close below the 20-day moving average after I said I wasn't going to give it any more wiggle room? All right, well, let's get out before the bell. Log in, get out. And sometimes I will also do that on a trade that looks like it touched the 10 SMA. Like I very easily could have just waited till the end of the day and gotten into TGB just to make sure that this all held. But I didn't. I got in midday, and I'll do that. But sometimes I will look for entries at the end of the day to see how they pulled back and how they consolidated. And I will do that to try and anticipate a gap open or a strong opening. I mean, let's face it, we're all a deer in the headlights each morning when we see that giant green candle on the stock we were looking at. It opens up 0.5% higher. We blink, and it's up 1%, and it's just ripping. Are you going to jump in and chase that? Probably not. I'm not. So I'm much more at ease to take the chart in as a whole at the end of the day and say, yeah, I'll take this trade long home with me tonight with 5 minutes to go in the day. And if it gaps up tomorrow, I'm positioned and I don't feel like I'm chasing. All right. The only indicators I use, S3, are these moving averages, 10, 20, 50, and 200 on the daily. And I'm using a 10, and believe it or not, a 5 on the intraday. You see this long blue line here? This is a 15-minute candle, a lot of days in here. And that's a smoothed out 5-day rolling average. And the way in which that is achieved is simply by bringing up any 15-minute chart, bringing up a simple moving average, and then making your periods 130. So if I divide 130 candles by 5 days, I'm going to have if I divide that by 15-minute chart, 15-minute candles, I'm going to have 5 perfect days in there. So that's the average I like to use, as well as my 10 SMA. Beyond that, I really don't use that many. Occasionally, I might come in and use some anchored VWAP. Like I might look at the VWAP here and say, where is everybody on this low back here on this day? The volume weighted moving average. Oh, the price is still way above that moving average. But this is really a secondary indicator that I use. My bread and butter, pull up a chart, look at it for you guys, look at it for me, evaluate it, is on the moving averages. Speaking of moving averages, GameStop, which is trade of the week, thank God never triggered because they're not triggering as much these days. Look, it closed yesterday. It closed below all key moving averages. Continuing lower today. Yesterday would have been your tell at 5 minutes to go at the end of the day. If you were thinking about cutting anything, yeah, I would have cut that. All right, guys, we're back at the top of the hour, and I'm pretty much topped out, so I'm going to bring it back to Brian. Bring it back to Barry here. I'm reading you. Thank you. You're welcome, Brian. VZ, Verizon versus the VWAP. Bounce. Do I use the daily chart instead of the 15-minute chart at the end of the day? Yes, correct, Jim. I use the daily chart at the end of the day, just like I said there in GameStop. I would say, oh man, did that close below that? Boy, it sure did. Look at that. Close below all the key moving averages. Get out. And it saved you all this hassle today as a swing trader. All right, guys, I'm going to bring Barry back in, and I'll see some of you maybe later today at the other webinar. Thank you guys as well. Yep, see you later today. I have no idea what we're going to talk about later today, Dave. I'm looking for ideas, but I'll find something. All right, Barry's going to start her up. Thanks for your attentiveness. It's always nice to see the room grow a little bit, which means people are coming in to get some help, get some info. All right, talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Ija, I'll use you as my guide. Can you hear me? I don't know if Steve is out. I know he wanted me to come back in. I don't know if he's out yet, though. Yeah, the spread is this, okay? Okay, 1294, 1235. You see how quickly this is going? 1936, 1955. So it's the bid ask. It's the bid ask. Wow, look at this bounce, guys. That's what we call the spread. Okay? Thank you, Ija. Thank you, Dave. And this is from Interactor Brokers, okay? This has nothing to do with trade ideas. But that's the spread. So typically when you get into a trade, you'd like to have a fairly tight spread. You don't want to, have you don't want to get into something where the bid is 19 and the ask is 20, like dollar spread. I mean, you'd never do that. So you'd like to have a tight spread. But when you're like something like this is just moving so rapidly, this is typically what can happen. you get these really wide, gigantic spread issues. Boy, this Maxar, guys, this has just been an awesome. I mean, look at this. This is and the stim. Oh, I didn't even know this. I didn't even know that stim was an AI alert. Look at this, 20% now. You know, you guys with the AI, you got to pay attention. It's been a great day for the AI. Not a good one yesterday. Complete turnaround day today for it. And a lot of opportunity to get into this one. Look at this. I mean, the alert was at 12:04. I mean, that's the candle in which the alert happened. You know, it actually got down to 1190. You know, just kind of chugged around this area before it really got ripping. That's the name of the window is AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, so from the toolbar, click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. It's all you need. Forget everything else. Okay, forget the names of the strategies. Forget whether it's 2.0 or Neo or Grail. That's all you need to follow the AI all day long. It's the simplest way, and I think the most effective. Oh, MPS. I'm sorry. You said in IB. It's called time and sales. I'm sorry. It's called time and sales. You must have been listening to me going, that's not what I asked. ISNS. Okay, let's take a look at ISNS. There's a huge one yesterday. There's the VWAP, 779. So yeah, so that's what Zach is talking about. It's above the VWAP. Huge day yesterday. Look at the volume. Sort of a gentle day today for it. I mean, it's still 66 times normal. But, you know, compared to the previous 2 days where it had, you know, looks like almost 40 and 50 million shares. So I mean, this one has room, I suppose. I mean, the high of the day was about $1 away. ISNS about 880, 885. So it's got about $1 to get to that high. I've already forgotten about it. I see a huge topping tail there on the previous 15-minute candle for MVIS. Right here. With the COCP, it doesn't want to give up. A couple of little bottoming tails there. All right, sticking an alert for ISNS, just over $8. See if it takes that out. Holding the VWAP so far, 779. Holding it. And we just have a halt. Wow, look at, yeah, CCXI ripping, roaring back right now. Just got halted on the way up. It resumed, and then it got halted about 12 minutes later. And this is looking like a pretty decent open, 2304, 2304. Really focusing on this COCP. All right, there is the, shoot, where are you? Okay, there's the ISNS over 8, a bit of a spread issue. I don't know. I don't know if there's had a partner or anything like that. I mean, that was a very specific reason for moving down CCXI. So I don't know if it had a partner that was affected also. All right, watching this ISNS, see if it takes, recaptures $8. Well, there's no call. I mean, you know, if you're asking me, yeah, okay, guys, now you should short it or now you should buy it. I mean, right now it's halted, so who knows where it's going to open. It looks like it's going to open 23 something, but you know, I mean, obviously it's got just hammered, absolutely devastated, but it has had a great bounce. Whether it continues or not, don't know. I'm going to continue to watch the ISNS, see if it regains 8. Let's see if this opens in 5 minutes. So this would be a 113 plus 1 second if it opens in 5 minutes. So it's got a little over a minute to go if it's going to open. All right, let's stick an alert at, I'm going to put 1423, see if it takes that out. All right, so ISNS did not regain that level, so I'm not going to watch that. Well, I'll have an alert set here, but it might trigger later on. Trying to hold the VWAP. 780 is the VWAP. It's trying to hold it right at it. And CCXI just opened. And opened higher. This is a massive bounce here. All right, let's see. Well, the volume's slowing down. Only 16 million here on this candle. I'm talking about the COCP. Get another volume surge. This is probably going to just take that high out. This is a virus play. COCP is a virus play. Man, the AI's had some great alerts today. A little bit choppy on this one, the BLRX 539. It didn't get stopped out though. There was a stop way down here. So pulled back down, and then so giving you an opportunity to get into this one. You don't have to take them right away. All right, I guess I'll have to look at the MVIS, guys. The MVIS is trying to hold this 15. Now this is not a low float. TTI is not a low float. 121 million in the float. That's quite a lot for a $2 stock, $3 stock. It is an earnings play. No reaction whatsoever to earnings in the pre-market. And then once the market opened, it did this. Yeah, the volume is coming back. I'll have an alert set way up here for read, R-E-E-D. Just a minute. What are you doing? What are you doing? Keep an eye on the MVIS, guys. This looks like it wants to move. It takes out 1535 or something, and it could have another run. You see where it got to? I mean, it got to literally the high of 2 days ago, 1594. Not quite literally, I guess. 1583, 1594. Okay, there's ISNS again trying. I mean, I know traders are looking at this, you know, yesterday's high, 1157. Okay, so this is really teasing at $8, the ISNS. COCP holding 3 still, holding 3. Oops. Old Soviet Union, almost. Whoops, I'll get it right. No, you get some volume coming in. I think this is going to shoot this up. Just an historical reference, all right. That's all. Yeah. Are you kidding? Exactly. But you know what? It all depends what he's looking at. You know what else is sort of bouncing is this BHC. Sort of an interesting little scalp trade right around here, but let's just see. I mean, if it takes this out on some volume. All right, guys, MVIS, it's starting to move. Almost a red bar ignored right here. Let's see if we can challenge up here, that 1584 area. Boom! Not that I'm aware of, Curtis. Certainly no expert in it. I don't have E-Trade, so but I'll tell you what, why don't you head to our homepage, if you can. I know there's been some issue, I've had issues But let's see. I'll send you to the home page and see if you can ask the question. When I say if you can, there's been some issues accessing our home page. Let me see if that works. Yeah, so that link doesn't work. You'll have to go to, yeah, I don't have a, you'll have to, hopefully you can find Trade Ideas homepage. Let me see if I can find, so it's working for you. That's interesting. See, it doesn't, see, this is what happens for me. So it must be the server I'm on. See, I can't, must be the server I'm on. MVIS. All right, real, there you are. There's your stim coming back. Bit of a spread. Ooh, tough spread now. 1430, 1442. Tough spread. Tightened up a little bit. Better. 2630 now. All right, micro. Guys, anybody take it? MVIS? Risky, but anybody take it? I mean, there it is, guys. Just had to break out over here. MVIS. Now it's at that high. Just took out the high now. They have got a hold of it. Look at this, guys. Yeah, real. You're a funny man. Well, key now. I mean, look at this. It's over the last 2 days' highs. Who knows where this is going now? Well, Ori, I feel for you. Not Ori, Value, Pavlin. I feel for you. You said you couldn't trade this, or you had difficulties trading this. I mean, it's a great move. Got to take profit, of course, but All right, guys. I think I can say this. I think I can say this. Severe rippage. Look at this. I mean, on the 2 minute chart, 1535, it's tacked on a dollar in what? 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 8 minutes. So this is what real is talking about. Here's your 5 minute chart. There's the 8 EMA. See how it pulled back to it? And then it moved higher. That is what he's talking about. I didn't see any of that. I wasn't paying attention to that, but okay. So are you saying AHT actually announced earnings already? It's supposed to be after hours, but you're saying they pretty much they announced already? I don't have that they have announced. You're sure? I'm talking to somebody in your YouTube room. You're sure they announced AHT? I'm just looking at my IB headlines. I do not see that they've announced. I do see that they're supposed to after hours announce, but you just can't resist jabbing me, can you, Real? Oh, I thought you were, well, me and targets and pullbacks. It's sort of, I rarely have them. Okay, Mark, so earnings are after hours, okay? Oh, it was a jab. Okay, thank you. I knew it was a jab. Mark, yeah, it's after hours. So I don't know what time it is in Australia, but it'll be 4 o'clock Eastern time. Rarely do companies release earnings during market hours. Not saying it never happens, but especially a U.S. company. So, ugh. Um, yeah, the relative volume filter, exactly. The relative volume wasn't high enough. My minimum is 4, I think. Doesn't mean we can't trade it, but I mean, yeah. No, nothing to do with the 1 minute volume. The relative volume filter is 4 here, so it's only 1.4. That's the reason. I don't have a 1 minute volume filter in here. Well, that was exciting, guys. Then it still could be exciting. I don't know where it's going. You have to take profit. Oh, I could do a quick search, Torps, but I know you're just pulling my leg. I agree. Listen, guys, the COCP really, really, really could be interesting. I mean, the volume is stupendous. I mean, it's coming back. It's at the classic 3-bar pullback on the 15. All right, looks like the Reddit crew's got a hold of certainly MVIS and is trying to get a hold of even our favorite GameStop, GME. Yeah, right up there with Coke Classic, Grumpy. Look at Sabre, guys. Sabre is also crawling back here. Look at this, a little break on the 15s. Oh. COCP, guys, I'm telling you, this is got... Yeah, it takes out that high. I mean, it still has some room. I mean, look left on that monthly chart, all the way up to 520. I'm not saying it's getting there. Imagine if you got a volume bar like this one or this one right now with COCP. I'm just watching this COCP. If all of a sudden we get some volume, I know I keep repeating myself, but Okay, sorry guys, I'm just having a discussion, internal discussion. BLRX guys, BLRX. Look at this continuing here. Look at this volume that came in. 23 million in the float, 205 million. You're going to trade this float 10 times easy today. Easy. Boy, this has got room too. So this is another one to keep watching towards the end of the day. See if it closes near the high. So that one in COCP, keep watch, see how they close. They close near the highs. That usually gives the after hours crew the confidence to maybe get in. So just keep an eye on both of those after hours. To like 15 minutes before the close, just keep an eye on it. And BLRX was an AI alert also. So the AI had a made up for yesterday for sure. Look at these alerts, guys. I mean, look at the percentages here. 15, and this has dropped. I mean, MAXR. Remember now, was down here. So this is a pullback now. So these percentages are a lot higher, as was the stim a lot higher when it was over 14. So that's why you got to trade these out. Let's just do something here. Let's just put in a conditional buy order, 340. All right. Look at the market. It is just absolutely flattened out, but you'd never know it if you have trade ideas. Seriously. I mean, the market is just kind of, chopped around a little bit, flattened out. But look at all the action we've got here. I agree, Pavlin. I agree. I'm not losing sight of this one, this COCP. I don't respond to Barney anymore, real. Okay, so if you want to talk to me, you have to call me by my real name. Thank you very much. Imagine if I meant that. Let's see, the 15.8. Yes. Yeah, there you are. As long as you didn't abbreviate Mr. Big Shot, you're good. All right, guys, what time is it? It is 1:45. Today is Tuesday, so at 2 o'clock I'm in this marketing meeting. Man. Oh boy, this COCP just... All right, now we're just getting silly, William. All right, so again, a word on this. I mean, look where the AI got out of the trade, 565 from 539. I mean, obviously, you know, this is why we're saying you want to automate this, wrong way. You got to manage the trades on your own. And it's a little bit more work, but a ribald old song, Barnacle Bill the Sailor. Stupid IV. Which one? Which one you're trying to short? Well, my bias is long on that one, so COCP. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, I do see that COCP took a bit of a dive here. Wow, no kidding, not a bit of a dive. Let's see if it comes back over 3. This is almost, I'm almost looking to see if they've announced the financing. These scummy ones, if they did. Yeah, very similar action. BLRX and COCP. Very similar. Okay, well, let's see if this comes back. I mean, this is a big sell-off, guys. I mean, that's the volume bar you wanted on the way up. It's just a computer at work, on these halts. So unless it's a news halt, but the COCP, as strange as it seems, because when you look at it, you would have thought maybe, on this move that would have got halted, but nope. Yeah, the ISNS looks interesting now. Again, choppy like heck, but all right. Well, listen, because I've been harping on it so long or talking about it for so long, I'll have to put my alert again. It may not happen, but over 3, say around 320, see if it happens later on. But that came out of absolutely nowhere, all that volume. I keep looking to see if there's a financing that was announced. Well, you mean the news that got it going? If you're asking what is the news, why it dropped, there is none. I'm sure there is none. I don't see any anyway. If you're asking why it got going, it was a virus play, but Evidently, all of a sudden, somebody wanted out in a big way, and that just caused a cascade down. Well, I don't see it. Yeah, I mean, and if there is an offering, then these people knew up here and here and here and here and here. All right, guys, I'll be heading out soon. Stock volatility. Well, I don't know about a precept, but I mean volatility in a stock. What do you mean by that? I mean, the volatility in a stock can mean, the fact that it is high relative volume. And stocks that are usually high relative volume are going to be very, very volatile. Number one. Also, 1 minute volume bursts. I mean, that can well, a 1 minute volume burst. That will also usually show a stock that is moving very rapidly. I mean, we have something called, I've never used it. I have no idea what it does. Volatility, I have no idea what it does. High relative, well, not that's, I'm talking about the volatility. Yeah, I don't think I mean, there's something called volatility. I've never used it. Okay. You might want to, if you right click on an alert window and then do a search and type in volatility and then click on help, it'll give you the definitions of what these are doing. Otherwise, I've never used one. I've never used this. So you click on help and I just pop it in there. You can read about it. Okay. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute. I'll be in this marketing meeting. All right. Well, there was a not a cancellation of the meeting, but kind of a cancellation of the meeting. So I'm right back here, guys. Odd buzz from the mic, really? Are you sure it just wasn't the mower outside? I'm sure it was the mower. Hopefully, it's the mower. I keep waiting to see, guys, if they've sprung a financing here. I don't see it yet. COCP. You mean why it dropped? No. Oh my guys. I ain't got no guys. Jesus. Yeah, and I don't think they're linked. I mean, BLRX, I don't think they have anything to do with COCP, but it was kind of interesting that they both dropped at virtually the same time. You know, this ISNS is interesting. It's now, oh, I'm sorry, it's not interesting anymore. Wow. Am I got the right one? ISNS. So look what it's doing. It's like everything has been yanked. All these small caps have just been yanked. I was all set to maybe take this one. All right, I guess it's time to buy U.S. steel or something. Okay, something a little less. Even this one though. No, I mean it's not like the other ones, of course, but. This TIM, a little bit of a bounce here, but tell you what, guys, a little bit leery right now, or wary, leery, whatever you want to call it, of these smaller ones right now. AMCR, guys, AMCR, is this an earnings play? It is an earnings play, May the 4th, so pre-market, not a lot of action pre-market. Market open, it's been steadily running higher. Look at the break on the daily chart. This is not quite an all-time high. The all-time high is 12, well, it's an all-time high, sorry. This is now an all-time high for AMCR. Take a look at it. I thought that was a little higher, but it's not. That's 1240 is the all-time high. And it's a nice little break here, guys. Keep an eye on AMCR. I mean, it's a 1.5 billion in the float, so I don't think it's going to have the rug pulled. This could be an interesting one tomorrow. Excuse me, it could be an interesting one tomorrow. I'm talking about the AMCR. What do they even do? Paper except newsprint, okay? Well, that's Domtar. Domtar had earnings also today. Paper except newsprint. Interesting. Couple of companies in the same sector are having good days. And the market, look at the market, just absolutely flattened out. Look at the 15-minute right here. There's an hour, approximately an hour, doing nothing on the 15-minute chart. Okay, I'll let you know, Lily. Yeah, just put a price alert. That'll let you know. Wow, look at GME, guys. Oh my goodness, look at GME. Another $2 to go. Guys, I'm in this one, you know. I mean, this is my wild hair, whatever you want to call it, in at 140 or so. So this is for a few days ago. All over the place. Even coin is having a little resurgence here. Coin. Little pop here for coin. Yeah, VXRT. Maybe the army is forming. I don't know if this is a Reddit stock. I really don't know anymore. I don't see the volume coming in yet. But Mavis is coming back. MVIS is coming back. It's a big trough down to 1532, right back up to 1612. Oh, AMCR, guys. AMCR. Yeah, the indices are trying. Actually, it looks like it's yeah, coming out of that little base in the 15. There's a nice little move here. I'm looking at Bitcoin also. GBTC is on the move here. Mara and Riot and Coin. Rally here in the market. Dow's only down 65 now. Tech is still down though. Tech has not rallied at all. Well, I shouldn't say that. Let me take a look at the cues before I say that. And the answer is not really. I mean, a little bit of one, but not really. Look at Mavis, guys, right back up. Mavis is right back up. The resiliency right now. I mean, it had a nice drop all the way down to 1540. Tax on $1. Aren't they kind of into Rig also? Rig is an earnings play. Rig, R-I-G. Aren't the Reddit folks sort of involved with Rig? No, I guess you can hear my tapping, guys. Just a good song. Sorry. Yeah. All right, VXRT, how it closes today will be really key. I mean, look what it did after hours. It did get right back up to 11. Remember how crazy, not crazy it was yesterday, but it had the big drop because they, I don't know if they did this on purpose, a surprise earnings release before the market opened. The market was expecting May the 18th. That's what we still have. Anyway, surprise earnings release. And the day before it got up to 11:15. Look what it did after hours yesterday. It got basically right back up. So I was thinking that maybe this morning, but it hasn't. It really hasn't taken a charge yet. Okay, back now. I'm gonna have to hurry here, guys. I don't know how long this link's gonna last. I know you can't wait to see all this. Let me talk a little bit about the trade of the not the trade of the week, but the test drive. See, my links have not been working all day. Well, very briefly. So yeah, I think one of them is a change from the open, Alvis, and the other one is a change from the close. I mean, that's all. You don't have to make the same changes. Okay, you don't have to. But I think that's the reason. I think I may have made a change. Okay, I mean, this might be the. You don't have to, though. So this is the change from the close, and this, I think, is change from the open. Change from the open. Okay, so that's probably the reason. All right, guys, the test drive. Okay, good. Okay, so if you want to have access to our program, we don't have free trials. This is about as close as you're going to get for $8.99 for 2 weeks, up to 2 weeks. That's 10 trading days. It'll start on May the 10th, May 20 to May 21st. And I say up to 10 trading days because if you can't take advantage of like from the 10th to the 21st, let's say you started on the 11th, you could only start on the 11th, then you're going to get 9 days. So it is not 10 days from when you start, okay? And you'll have access to our full premium service. If you are currently a standard subscriber and you want to have access to the AI, which looks like this, you can also do that, and it'll cost you the $8.99. If you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? You will not get any live data until the 10th, that's next Monday. However, a couple of hours after the market closes this Friday, you'll have access to the program. I think what happens is you get sent an email and shows you where you can download the program and all that, okay? So you'll have access to the program for the balance of Friday plus Saturday and Sunday. What I would do, if you want to take this seriously, is I would take a look at the 20 lessons, okay? I would take a look at the 20 lessons, which covers things like, okay, what's a top list, building a top list, alert windows. It goes over the AI down here. So it covers all the basic features of trade ideas, okay? So you'll be all set. If you take a look at that, you'll be all set for when you take the test drive starting Monday. That's when the data is live. Okay, now my homepage has a lot of information on it. So what I would do is I would does it work on Linux? I have no idea. No idea. I don't think I've had that question before. You can go to our homepage, and not my homepage, but and ask that question. I have no idea. I just put the homepage link in, okay? So you click on my homepage right there, and this is what you're going to see. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas for a 15% discount off the first month only, or the entire year. You get the trade of the week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I've already done the stock of the day video. You can sign up for here. All the scans I'm sharing, including the layout that you see, plus a lot of individual scans that I've created that you can take a look at. So if you have your own layout and you want to add some of these scans, you can do so. You can also modify them. When you look at my basic new highs and lows, you'll see that the filter I'm using, price filter, is between $1 and $20. You don't have to follow that if you don't want to. You can always make the change. A lot of information here, education link, the aforementioned 20 lessons, the daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. You're already in that. Well, the free trading room, this is what I call the free trading room. Okay, the YouTube room is free also, but just a little more robust in here. The daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos. That's why I'm saying, guys, there's a lot of information on my homepage. Save the link. And here's a great one, Back to Basics. You want to learn about trading and all? Starting off with what is a stock? This is for you. Very short little videos, okay? And some ebooks that we created. So a lot of information there. All right, just give me a moment here. All right. So what is the market doing? So the market had a little bit of a pop, but now put in the next bar was red. So this is not yet in rally mode. VXRT, guys, VXRT now over that whole number. VXRT over 9. Somebody know if this is a Reddit stock? It should be. I mean, I'm looking at that that big short float percent, 27%. I think it is. Yeah, COCP seems dead to me. You know, I'm disappointed. It is indeed. Thank you. I thought it was, but this seems dead to me. The problem is for me anyway, even if it recovers, you know, I won't forget that. I won't forget this. It could happen again. I thought they actually presented already. I thought VXRT already did their deal, but maybe I'm wrong. I thought they did it after hours yesterday. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, there has to be a reason for this move after hours. Though it doesn't make sense, maybe they present it after hours, but there has to be a reason. Excuse me, there has to be a reason for this move after hours. Okay, if it's 4 to 6, then it must have been yesterday. I mean, because this is 4 to 6. Doesn't that make sense? That move area right here is after hours yesterday, obviously 4 to 6. So, I mean, there's 4 and there's 6. Well, Jado, if you're asking me to confirm that, I cannot. I'm just looking at the chart. Okay, and that's after hours yesterday. So, I mean, something happened after it being hammered all day long. Oh, you are telling me. Oh, I see. Oh, you know why? I'm sorry. I saw that question mark. You had a question mark between the 4 and the 0 instead of the colon, full colon. And that's all I read was the question mark. Okay, good. Thanks. Really? Okay, I have the / and the question mark on the same key. Must be your European keyboards. All right, guys, it is 2:36. Okay, guys, just a word about the strength alerts. I don't talk about it. Maybe I should talk about it a little bit more. If you're new in this room and you don't have trade ideas and you're thinking about, well, how would I even start? We do have this program called the Strength Alerts, and for $17 a month, you'll be delivered to you via email. I think Monday morning before the market opens, 5 stocks to take a look at, okay? And the email basically lays out why a certain stock is being looked at. It's all to do these strength alerts. The stocks are ranked 1 to 5, so it's the top 5 every week that gets sent out to you. How you trade them will be up to you, of course, but it's an idea to get started, and it's only $17 a month. If you have our service right now, they are available to you from the channel bar right here. The strength alerts, okay. What I want to do is I'm just checking to make sure things are give me a moment here. All right, just give me a moment here. All right, let's take a look at the strength alerts. I'm going to go to the channel bar. This is what you'll see. So this is it. Now this gets sent to you, but if you have the, all right. So this is what you'll see. These are I guess these are the 5 this week. I guess there's 5 of them here. Okay, with a little write up on each one of them, why they've been chosen. Okay, and this is part of our standard, or if you're a standard subscriber, you have access to this. I see CYH was one of them. CVA, Cake. So anyway, it's kind of an entry level way of getting involved with trade ideas. Good eve to you, Thomas. That's not the top 5% movers. No, it's got nothing to do with that. No, this is something completely different. It's an algorithm that ranks, with a bunch of filters and alerts and everything. Not alerts, but filters. I mean, I don't have anything to do with it, but it's an algorithm that was developed, and it's a ranking system. A little bit like the stock composite rating, but more detailed, I guess. So, but it's not the top 5% movers. No. Right here, click on New from our toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, click on Channel Bar, and then Strength Alerts. Okay? Are you kidding me? TCAT. So they're all going now. Look at TCAT. Yeah, look at TCAT going. Some volume coming in. NFT play, of course. Well, red bar Nord forming on GME. This is the trade of the week also, but it's got to get up to 182 to trigger. So, whether that happens, so as we know, this can easily move. But there's a red bar ignored, maybe. Maybe for Reed, I don't know. Again, I'm always. Well, okay. I mean, it's not that far from the high of the day, I suppose. You're right. It could be. It could be a lot of volume. It's going to trade the float, 75 million. So it's traded 70 million. All it needs is another 5 million shares, and it'll trade the float today. All right, guys, I'm just, what time is it now? 2:46. So I'll be shutting the room down at 3 o'clock. Goods. Plus, you guys can probably hear the mowers or the leaf blowers or whatever the heck is going on in the background. Probably a little disruptive. Yeah, again, I keep glancing to see if there's a news of a financing for COCP. This does not look good. I mean, in retrospect, I mean, it's still 87% up, but falling fast. All right. Well, I mean, this ISNS. I mean, it's like to see that bar there or that bar there. I mean, those are pretty big candles coming down here, but it's holding. It is holding. Yeah, Zach posted that earlier. I don't really know what that means, to be honest. I don't really know what it means. Mr. Contrarian, William is going long vert. No. Renka, no. But if you can, actually the timing is good. If you can afford $8.99, you can take part in the test drive. Okay, the test drive. So again, if you click on that link, the test drive link. Wrong one. That was the generic one. Just give me a moment, please. So don't click on that link. I'm going to get rid of it. Okay. There we go. The test drive in May, okay? Okay, so you know about it. Yeah, so but I don't know if you've seen the 20 lessons. I mean, that'll get you started too. So at least you'll see, I don't know, maybe you've already looked at them. Sorry if I'm being redundant, but that'll give you an idea about the basic features we have. All right, so there was a hit piece done by Spruce Point on DNMR. I don't see that it's affected it horribly. I mean, there maybe, but not horribly anyway. I think it came out today. Just look at my email. Hit my, I'm sure they stagger them, but it hit mine at 10:53 Eastern time. So right here. Probably came out, I'm sure they stagger these emails, so probably the first batch came out in this area. Look at Muds coming back, guys. Big bottoming tail for Muds. Just one moment, please. How's HOFV doing? HOFV? Are they being hyped also? Yeah. A little bit of a hype here for HOFV. And DLPN. I'm sure DLPN's doing the same thing. Yep. Ooh, COCP, really. There's a classic, guys. I mean, if you were in this one and you had to stop, okay, it's no fun taking a loss, but if you didn't obey your stop and were stubborn, that's turning into a big loss. It is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So you should give back all those profits. It's Thursday. I don't even know what it is at now. Is it 40 cents, 50 cents, 60 cents? What is it at now? 54-ish? Okay. Yeah, listen, I mean, I don't know. Is there any news on it? After the company announced an expanded distribution agreement with CVS. Okay, so that is the reason why Reed is moving higher. Okay, soft drink manufacturer. Okay. Well, listen. I mean, we talked about this earlier. I mean, there's my kind of my line in the sand for Reed, right at the high here. Takes out that high over here that month, which is in July of last year. And then you start looking left, and it's got a ton of room on a percentage basis. All right, guys, let's see, it's 2:58, almost 2:59. Are there any other questions? Now's the time. Next minute and a half. I'll always stay later if there are questions, but otherwise I'll just take off. We do this again tomorrow. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to watch Reed, see how it closes. Takes this out right here. See how it closes. See, and maybe partake. The COCP is definitely off the table, though. Okay, so Malcolm, if you are a subscriber but you don't have our premium service and you want to try us, so yeah, if you have our standard service and you want to take our premium service for those 10 trading days, you can do so for the $8.99. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. All right, guys, I think that's it. Another exciting day. Man, oh man, that was an exciting day. So, before I sign off, okay, so I will shut the room down now. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.